Now, welcome to the podium for greetings, Pennsylvania Senator Vincent Hughes' Education Program Manager, Saran Sankofa, Daryl DeBrest, President and CEO of Progress Trust, Yolanda Reid, Owner, CEO, and President of Credential America, and Tanya Simmons Reid, the visionary and executive producer of SoundMinds Mental Health Awareness and Solutions Conference.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here. How are you all today? Good, wonderful, wonderful. So I'm here representing the Office of State Senator Vincent Hughes, and I'm here with some of my lovely interns. So if you want to wave my interns in the back, they're excited to be here. Yes, so we just are excited to support the SoundMinds Conference and the work that Tanya is doing for this effort. I first got exposed to mental health actually through Senator Hughes when I attended the Breaking the Silence conference, which was many years ago. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Breaking the Silence, but it was really popular back in the day, and it was the first exposure that I had to mental health. I think I might have been 12 or 13 years old, I'm not sure, but it's wonderful to be a part of something like this and it coming full circle for me and being able to bring young students into the fold to understand the importance of this work. So we are excited to be here. I just want to encourage you all in every part of your lives. I'm sure most of you are already doing so because you're here, but just continue to invest in the journey of mental health, not only for yourselves, but for those who come behind you. It's so important that we expose our young folks to this work and that we don't isolate them and neglect them from these efforts.
It is our responsibility to support families such as the Reids who have turned their personal struggles into a platform to help our community. This is important to me coming from a neighborhood where certain mental health resources weren't available. Instead, we turn our undiagnosed conditions into nicknames rather than the treatment you deserve.
For almost 13 years, I was caught between life and death, didn't want to live and afraid to kill myself. And so when you find that you're in those spaces, you need people to help advocate for you. And though we say the best patient is an educated patient, this SoundMinds conference brings education to all of us, and to know that mental health is not a bad thing. It's a thing that needs attention. And so we're grateful to SoundMinds for the work that you're doing, because you are doing a great and mighty work, and we continue to support you in that, and we thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Simmons Reid, and I just want to thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Each one of you are an advocate already, but there are levels to advocacy, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So I hope that you're ready to take notes, to go and visit our resource exhibitors, to talk to the person sitting next to you or at the table across the room. I was sharing with my sister earlier that an advocate doesn't just get resources for themselves. They're going to grab some things. You may have an advocacy toolbox, because we never know when someone may need it, but we need to be a channel of resources. We need to be intentional about that, because it's not just about us, it's about our loved ones. It's not just about them though, right? It's about our neighbors. It's about our community. We were created to win together. Together we win, as my dear sister friend always says. And so thank you for being here. Let's have a great day, a powerful day, a uplifting day, an encouraging day, a hopeful day, a real day, because this is about love. Advocacy is love, and love can be tough. But it's okay, we have to have these conversations. We can't play. This is a serious matter. So I look forward to speaking to you later, but please have a powerful day And remember, there's levels to this. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Duane Reid with a spoken word performance.
This is hot off the press. It's a poem I just recently wrote called Be With Me. In a room mixed with darkness and light, I sit, slumped over and transfixed to a multicolored chair, staring through abstract walls, rummaging apprehensively through pages of haziness that dance and prance on the doorsteps of my perception daily. Is the person I see in the mirror real or a figment of my imagination? I hear the ocean roaring amidst the city streets. The L train screeches as it turns quickly, preparing to pick patrons up and drop them off at their destination. Will someone please pick me up without dropping me off until I can find my destination? I need someone to sit in the room with me, right beside me. To take a ride on the wild side, sometimes beautiful and sometimes scary, roller coaster thoughts that flow through me, all around me, crashing down on me in spite of me, relentlessly. I need someone to actively and attentively listen to me. I need someone to hear me when I'm silent, yet loud. To patiently endure with me in moments of bizarre obscurity without prematurely aborting me. I need someone to help me see light in the midst of the midnight, to behold sunshine through torrential rains, and to find peace in the midst of hurricanes. I need someone to sit in the room with me, to create spaces where they can better understand me, to engage in dialogue that promotes illumination, healing, holistic perspectives, human elevation, and interconnectedness. I need someone to accept me for me and to love me unconditionally, even when I don't love myself. I need someone to come and be with me, gently taking my hand, inviting me, empowering me to get up out of the chair. I need someone who walks with me, talks with me, stands right beside me, that's a voice for me in the night as well as the light, until I am able to stand up and walk on my own. I need advocates, a plethora of advocates that won't ever leave me alone.
Rwenshaun Miller is an accomplished author, speaker, psychotherapist, consultant, and philanthropist who has dedicated his life and career to not only reshaping the negative connotations often associated with mental health, but also directly impacting the lives of those living with mental health challenges. Of all his accolades and roles, Rwenshaun proudly serves as a mental health change agent. Welcome to the podium, our keynote speaker, Rwenshaun Miller.
What's up, everybody? I'm not used to standing behind a podium because, for one, I like to walk around the room, and for two, I talk with my hands. So I'm going to take the mic off, all right? And I want to come here to the center of the stage. Today, we are here to not only talk about mental health, but we're also here to talk about the fight for mental wellness. So we're talking about, the advocacy part, and we've heard multiple times that it's levels to it, right? So as I go through this particular journey with you all for the next 20 minutes, with being at the SoundMinds conference, I wouldn't be in my element if I didn't have a soundtrack to go with it, all right? So I want to start with, we're going to talk about 3 levels today. And before I get into this first level, I'm gonna start with my first song. And it got to be, I'm in Philly, so it got to be somebody from Philly that I gotta, you know what I'm saying, highlight. So I'm gonna start with this right here. I ain't even gonna go into the beat drop. But one of the main things that he said, was, as my dreams unfold, nightmares came true. So we're gonna start at level 1. Level 1 for me starts right here with this. Y'all know what this is? It's a straitjacket. What is a straitjacket used for? Restraining. Why would somebody be put in a straitjacket? Harm to themselves or others. I start off with level 1 because I found myself in one of those back in 2006. I was a sophomore at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Went to that school on an academic scholarship, walked on to the football team and the track team there. After my freshman year, I found myself on academic probation. So I'm losing my scholarship, and I suffered a knee injury right here. My identity is gone. I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life. And I found myself just staying in my dorm room. Got to a point where I wouldn't even eat. And I lost about 25 pounds over a matter of 6 weeks, right? But then on top of that, got to a point where I couldn't sleep. Went a full 2 weeks and wouldn't sleep at all. So imagine, y'all know how you feel when you don't sleep for a day or two, right? So imagine not sleeping for 2 weeks. Psychotic, right? But we're talking about 2006. This is a time where, let me give y'all a little bit more backstory. So I'm from rural North Carolina, born and raised, small town. A lot of times, even when I'm in North Carolina, I acknowledge my county because people don't even know where my town is. So I always big up Burt T. County. I got my Burt T. brother over there, Dr. Phil over there in the corner. But I always acknowledge where I'm from because of the fact that it played a large role into how I view the world. So, 2006, I'm starting to hear voices. I'm not telling anybody. Why won't I tell someone what's going on with me? Stigma. Didn't want to end up in that. I was scared. On top of that, I didn't even know what words to use to actually describe what was going on with me. Mind you, I told you, I'm from a small town, so I was the man growing up. Can't even front about that. Then I'm getting to this point where I'm no longer feeling like myself. So how am I going to expose myself to everybody else that's around me that held me up here to this particular standard, right? Luckily for me, I'm an only child, grew up an only child, and so I talked to my mom every day, and my mom, she could hear just something different in my voice at that time. And she called my cousin to come check in on me. My cousin Jovita, she went to North Carolina Central. When my cousin saw me, she just started crying because I wasn't who she grew up with. Fast forward, my mom said, get him out of that dorm room, take him to your apartment. Probably about a few hours later, my family showed up at my cousin's apartment. They kept asking me, what's wrong, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm good. I'm saying I'm good. Internally, I'm like, help me, please. But I still don't have the words. So my family's like, all right, cool. Well, you know, if you're not gonna say what's going on, we're gonna take you somewhere to get you the help that you need. Took me to Duke Medical Center. I went kicking and screaming the entire time. Ended up punching the nurse when I got there to the hospital. That's what led me into this. Hindsight, I'm lucky that I ain't get an assault charge. I'm a black man going to the hospital and I punch a white nurse. Then get into the hospital and they put you, so I'm gonna tell y'all, this is one of my lowest points of my life because top athlete, was a scholar, but then get to a point where I'm in a straitjacket, but then I'm also in a padded room and you're looking through this small glass, looking at your family and my family crying. It's very similar to jail, to be honest with you. Solitary confinement. But I'm in there and I'm not telling them what's going on with me because, again, I'm terrified for one, but for two, everything that I know about a mental health hospital, I seen on TV. That's nothing you really want to be a part of. So I'm thinking if the more I shut up, the easier it'll be for me, right? Nah. Because you don't get out until they can. And then I'm gonna add this caveat to it because this is important. I had good insurance, so they definitely weren't about to let me out if I want to talk. Right? Now, if I ain't had no insurance, they would have kicked me back out on the street probably. But so I got to the point where I realized I won't go get out of there until I actually started talking and ended up with a diagnosis of bipolar 1 disorder with psychotic features. Honestly, white doctor telling me that, going one ear and out the other, I said, yo, can I go home? It was like, yo, you can go home, but you can't go back to school at this particular moment because that's one of your significant stressors. All right. I'm from a small town, though. I don't want to go back home. Luckily for me, my uncle, he lived in Charlotte. And when my uncle lived in Charlotte, it allowed me to go the opposite direction. And I was able to connect with a Dr. Kendall Jasper. And Kendall, he honestly shifted my viewpoint of what therapy could look like. Because when I walk into his office, right, I walk into his office. As soon as I walk up to him, he come to me just like this. And I'm looking at him like, you sure you a doctor? Because I ain't never seen no doctor do nothing like that before, right? And then he had on T-shirt, basketball shorts, and some Jordans. It's like, that's not what we used to. Fast forward, Kendall helped me get the help that I needed when it came down to medication, when it came down to understanding what bipolar disorder looked like for me. And, I got to the point where I could go back to school. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go back to school. And, but I feel like I'm cured at this point. So as an athlete, I done had so many physical injuries, So I get back to school and I'm like, all right, because when I left school, I didn't tell anybody why I was leaving. Got back to school, made up a lie. They didn't care. They just were glad I was back. Y'all know when you go to college, man, you lose people along the way. So they were just happy I was back. Ended up getting back there and symptoms ended up coming back, right? So when the symptoms ended up coming back, I started to drink real heavy. That was my self-medication. I was going through a fifth of tequila every other day. I did that for over 3.5 years. But on top of that, I got to the point where I no longer wanted to be here. I attempted suicide 3 times. That first time I tried to overdose on pills. I woke up the next day, didn't take enough. Mad at myself. I'm like, yo, how you not do that right? All right? Second time, I was like, well, you didn't take enough that time, so make sure that you take the right drugs and you take enough of them. Ended up passing out on the bed, and one of my OGs found me sprawled up on the bed and ended up taking me to the hospital. When I tell you I was mad at him when I came to, I was like, yo, you messed up my plan. I was like, all right, so pills didn't work. I used to own a 40 Smith & Wesson. I used to ride around with it, keep it under the front seat of my car. Got to the point where I was like, pills not gonna work. I'm gonna do something that I know is fail-proof. One day, took the gun, put it to my head, pulled the trigger, and it jammed on me. Now, I told y'all this was one of my lowest points in my life. that there was the lowest. Because I'm like, yo, you done tried to take yourself out 3 times, and you done failed at it. You got to be the worst person in the world that you can't even kill yourself, right? So when I'm thinking about levels to this advocacy point, that first level is that self-advocacy point, right? It's about me being able to understand what's going on with me, but then also being able to use my words to say what I actually need and not be afraid to use those words. One of those things that it really switched up for me. So as I go into thinking about, understanding what that first level was, but I had a conversation with my old roommate. And when I had a conversation with him, it was from my hospitalization to my last suicide attempt was 7 years. I didn't tell anybody what was going on. I got really well at smiling, being the life of the party, letting people know that I'm good when I'm struggling on the inside. We all do it, right? But then I started noticing something with my roommate. He was smoking every day. And one day I had to ask him, I'm like, bro, why you smoke every day? He's like, I just needed to get through the day. I was like, well, do you know why I was drinking every day? He was like, nah. I said, I thought that's just what you did. You know what I'm saying? He's like, you still graduated on time. You still held down a job and all of those things. So it won't nothing to really check you on. I explained to him everything that I went through. And his initial statement was, bro, why you ain't tell me? I'm like, if I would have told you, what would you have done? I was scared to tell you. And especially I'm living with you. Either you gonna go tell everybody else what's going on, or you gonna leave me hanging. You gonna be like, yo, I gotta get out of here. I can't live with somebody that's crazy, right? So that's level 1. Now I want to transition on to, we're gonna switch it up to go to level 2, and this is by one of my favorite rappers here.
See, to live is to suffer. To survive, well, that's to find meaning in the suffering. Hey, yo, I'm slipping, can't get up. Yo, I'm slipping, I can't get up. Yo, I'm slipping, I got to get up. Get back on my feet so I can dance. Yo, I'm slipping, I can't get up. Yo, I'm slipping, I can't get up. Yo, I'm slipping, I got to get up. Get back on my feet so I can dance.
DMX said, to live is to suffer, but to survive is to define meaning into suffering. I suffered 7 years by myself. That conversation with my old roommate switched stuff up for me, and just understanding that I'm not the only one going through some of this stuff. So we talk about level 2. Level 2 is the individual advocacy. That's you being able to show up for somebody and help them understand that they're not alone. Letting them know that, yo, you can get the help that you need. I'm gonna walk with you to get the help that you need. If you don't know how to find it, I'm gonna try to figure out how to find it. If you don't wanna talk, that's cool. I'm gonna just sit there with you. Because I already know how it is. I don't want to talk sometimes, but I need that presence there, that calming energy. That's one of the things that I learned when it came down to that form of advocacy. It was, I'm going to show up for you. I'm going to show up for you not only just to make sure that you remain alive, but then also that you find ways to thrive. That's what led me into wanting to become a therapist. Became a therapist in 2016. But then, even before then, I worked in the mental health field, working in group homes. I did a lot of, I've been working in, it's so ironic that I have this mental health journey, but I've been working in mental health since 2007. But even while I'm working in this field, I'm saying, not me. I'm not that bad. when I'm hearing voices every single day and I'm dealing with individuals and I'm saying, I'm not that bad. So still being able to show up in so many ways, it made me realize, like, yo, you got to own this journey. Don't be afraid of it, because that's going to open up doors for other people to own theirs. So many of us are in here trying to hide our true selves, not only to everyone else, but you're trying to hide it from yourself too. Because honestly, like, who do we lie to the most? Yourself. Because we always want to be seen in the greatest light. So when you find that, when you get to that level one and you understand, addressing the things with yourself, then you're being able to be honest with yourself and then be honest with somebody else. That leads you to level two, where you're able to promote that individual advocacy so that people can get what they need. That leads into us being able to show up for each other, especially in our community. I was born and raised in the South. My mama, we black, so you are. What did your mama tell you to do? You keep my business in my house. Don't be going telling people, what goes on in this house stays in this house. Exactly. But I like to tell people, what's the point of it staying in the house if the house burning down? So that's level two, the individual, being able, because the individual leads to the community, right? Now let's go on just a little bit more. We're gonna talk about this.
Recreation, dedication, hard work, plus patience. To some of my sacrifice, I'm done waiting. Told you that I wasn't playing. Now you hear what I've been saying.
Dedication by Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey embodied community, right? And like I said, I was somebody that worked into the mental health field for so long, but understanding that my dedication shifted just a little bit to be able to serve my community, to be able to show up. My dedication went to another level when I started my nonprofit. So I started a nonprofit, Eustress, that was 14 years ago, where I'm not only just showing individuals that how therapy can look, because even in my therapy practice, I got a PlayStation in my office. The men that I work with, they don't want to come sit down and me ask them, well, tell me about your day. They don't want that. I'm working out with them, or I go shoot ball, even show up as most recently, so I'm going into my third year as the mental health coach for my high school team. Being able to provide therapy to them, provide therapy to the coaches and their parents. Showing up at practice. Interventions look differently when it comes down to meeting people where they are. We always hear this, you gotta meet them where they are. But how many people really go to where these people are? That was one of the things, even in my master's program. Me and Dr. Phil, we talk about this stuff all the time. A lot of, like, the system, right? Even for us to become therapists, you gotta abide by a certain book. You gotta do certain things a certain way and all of these particular things. I understand some of the safeguards to be able to protect people, but some of that stuff is not culturally relevant for us. So when it came down to it, I did what I needed to do to get my degree, but then I take what I need to take and add my own culture to my psychological practice. That's something that where you're able to address or buck the system just a little bit, just to be able to help your people. Being able to show up and advocate in certain ways to get certain laws changed. We're facing where a lot of people are about to lose Medicaid. That's gonna leave a lot of people hanging in so many different ways right now. So that's the third level. It's the systemic advocacy. Being able to show up for our communities on a level where we're understanding what laws are being passed, what things are being made, and what ways are they trying to institutionally keep us down. So being able to address it from that point. All right, so, and I'm gonna go to my last song. So that last song is by Notorious B.I.G., Sky's the Limit. As we embark on this particular conference show, I want y'all to have your ears, your minds, and your hearts open to receive, but then also give to the individuals that are at your tables, that are in this room in so many different ways, because again, it comes down to us as a collective to be able to address these things. The sky's the limit for us when it comes down to everybody being able to be mentally well. We got a tall task ahead of us, but it's possible, and we can't stop the work just because of the fact that it's a mountain in front of us. So, with that, I want y'all to lock in, no matter what level you are on, 1, 2, or 3 at this current moment. Just understand, continue on that journey. Because as you continue that journey, you open up the room for so many other people to be able to advocate for themselves and get the help that they need. Thank y'all.
By a show of hands, if Rwenshaun wouldn't have told you that he was bipolar, would you have thought of him in that lens, in that light? Not at all, right? For me, Rwenshaun is my anchor. I met Rwenshaun a few years ago in Georgia, and it was the first time in my life to hear a black man, an athlete, that didn't look like someone walking the streets of Philadelphia, of New York, even Hawaii, Phoenix, Arizona, that was talking to themselves, that we quote unquote call crazy. Let's just be real. That's what we normally do. But to hear this brother stand up in front of a crowd very similar to today, to pull out the straitjacket, to talk about hearing voices. I don't know if you remember this. I said, well, when you hear voices, do you see faces? He said, sometimes there are so many different voices going on. It's hard to determine which one is which. And to then have a child that is experiencing something similar, that is struggling with accepting, he is my anchor. He lets me know he's my hope, because I see someone that is dealing with the same diagnosis that is thriving. He lets me know what's possible. So I'll always deviate and default back to Rwenshaun. And I think we need that, right? So when you start talking about he was bold enough to get up here, I know we all have stories in this room. There are various levels. There's severe mental illness, but then there's anxiety, there's depression. Look, I deal with a little bit of that regularly, right? But we have to be honest and real with ourselves. But when we can be an advocate for others, to use your voice to help uplift, that's powerful. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, now it's time for our first panel for the 5th Annual SoundMinds Mental Health and Awareness Solutions Conference, entitled Beyond the Couch: When Therapy Helps and When It Hurts. Now that's some tension there, because therapy does help, but it also hurts, because some of us don't want to be honest. You don't want to tell the truth. So this conversation will be moderated by Dr. Deidre Anderson. So let's please welcome Dr. D to the stage.
Well, hello, everyone. Hello. Man, I am still chewing on all of that we just received. Man, that was so powerful. Thank you so much for your transparency. Really, really appreciate it, both from a professional and from a personal standpoint. And I agree with you, Duane. It's good to see someone who's walked through this and able to stand in front of us and share. It gives us hope, those of us who are dealing with it, where we're not to that point yet. So thank you so much. All right, well, I have the honor today of facilitating a panel, as Duane said, Beyond the Couch, when therapy helps and when it hurts. And so my take on that, to add to what you said, is also this, that as I was listening to our keynote talk about the taboo around this, that we have come a little bit ways to even be able to talk about when therapy helps and when it hurts, because there was a time when we wouldn't even whisper the word therapy. And so now at least we're at the point where we can talk about whether it hurts or when it helps. I want to say personally, I can remember I was going through a little bit of something. Anybody else gone through something? I was going through something. And so I'm a minister, and I grew up in the church, and that's another place where I heard somebody at the table whisper earlier, what did your mama tell you? And she said, pray, right? Because we're often told to pray, and that's where it ends. But I found my way past just prayer. I found my way to a therapist, and I'll never forget this. It was a therapist, it was a Christian therapist, a Caucasian woman, and I sat there and I poured my heart out, and at the end she said, wow, you're really articulate. And y'all, I can remember leaving that room. I didn't even make it to my car. I was in a church, and I slid down the wall, and I started to wail. Because here I was seeking a place to get some help, and that's all you saw? That's all you could say? And what did that have to do with anything? So we're going to talk a little bit about cultural relevance and some other points around when therapy helps and when it hurts. So I believe I have the privilege of calling to the stage our panelists. And so I'd like to do that. First, Dr. Tiffany Jenkins. Are you out there, Dr. Jenkins? Would you please come up to the stage? And Dr. Jenkins is a leadership and behavioral health expert. I think you can just grab a seat and a mic. Thank you. The next panelist I'd like to call up is Mercedes Dennis. Mercedes, would you make your way, please, up to the panel? And speaking of advocacy, Mercedes is a mental health advocate and a nature healer. And our third and final panelist today, Larry Frazier, would you make your way out? Welcome, Larry, to the panel. And Larry is a mental health advocate and entrepreneur. So would you just give one more round of applause to our panelists on today as we continue our discussion. So I'm going to jump right into it because I want to also allow some time for questions and answers here at the end. And so I'm going to direct this question to all three of you. Would you please tell us, when you hear the word therapy, what does it mean to you? And you can answer that either from your perspective as a provider or a recipient. What does the word therapy mean to you? And we just start right here to my left with you, Dr. Jenkins.
So I've been on both sides of the couch. I'm a person who has childhood trauma and who lives with generalized anxiety disorder. When I am a client and when I am a therapist, for me, they both mean the same thing, and that is safe space. Mm-hmm. I've gone through quite a few therapists. As a therapist, it's hard to find a therapist sometimes. And I've had the experience of just being seen as this Black woman and not really a person. someone with, if you look at my resume, which is why I hate telling therapists what I do for a living. Oh, well, you're highly educated and you do this and you've got that and you've written books and what could possibly be wrong with you? Nope, gotta go. You rescheduling? No. As a therapist, I make sure that I make space for whatever version of my client needs to be present. There are some times that clients come in and they need not to be mom, not to be wife, not to be the entrepreneur, not to be the teacher. They just need to be seen. And so for me, therapy, whatever side I'm on, just means having that safe space to express whatever part of myself needs to be healed at that moment.
Thank you. Beautiful. Mercedes.
So for me, I believe therapy is a place where you can just come and be you. I definitely don't, I want to make sure that, when people come for therapy, they can come and just be themselves, right? Most of the time with therapy, sometimes you're scared because you don't know if you can be your true, authentic self. And I always tell people, in order to get the help that you need, you have to be authentic, right? You have to know that you have to go in telling the truth, but you have to know that you can trust the person that you're also going to tell everything to. So therapy to me is definitely a loving space, a safe space, a caring space, and an authentic space.
Thank you, Mercedes. Larry, what's your perspective?
My perspective on therapy, I agree with it being a safe space. I have a tendency to assume the worst in everything that I do. I doubt myself a lot. So when I go to therapy, it allows me to see myself through someone else's eyes as they guide me through issues that I'm going through. That's what it means to me.
Thank you, thank you. And I really appreciate all those comments. It's so important that you can show up as your authentic self. That's one of the things that I hear, that safety from all three of you. So really, really critical, and that's one of the things that we can look for. Let me continue. Thank you for grounding us with those insights. I want to explore how therapy shows up in each of our journeys. So Mercedes, I'm going to come back to you at this point. I know that you shared how nature has been a form of healing for you. Can you talk about how therapy has fit into your personal journey, and is there a time when nature has helped you when therapy maybe has not?
Yes, so I'm a very big outdoor person. So the first thing I do when I'm going through anything is get outdoors. I love being outdoors. I love being free. I'm also, most people don't believe this, but I'm very much an introvert. Even though I love people and I love being around people, I am very much an introvert. So being outside to me is being free, still being around people, but still just being able to be free. And I know that when I'm going through one of the things, and if anybody deals with any depression, isolation is a big thing, right? So it usually wants to keep you away from people and indoors. So I learned that when I feel that way, that I don't want to be around people and I want to isolate, or I'm having a low point, to get outside, right? So that I can be free, so that I can be around people. And most of the time when I'm walking, people don't even know that I'm going through, but they can see some things, right? So people tend to talk to you. They'll begin to encourage you, love on you, and you don't even know, they don't even know what's going on, right? So that's like my own mental tactic, is like my mind says stay in and deal with it on your own, but my body pushes me out. So I know that it's a safe space out there. Someone can see me, can look in my eyes. And I remember just a week ago, I was sitting on my steps, and my neighbors, they know I'm the life of the party and the one that keeps everybody hype on the block. And I was just sitting there, and they were like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." But I knew that if I was inside, someone wouldn't ask me that question. So I forced myself to sit on the steps so that someone can see me, so they can begin to ask me those questions, so I can myself decide, am I okay, or do I really need to tell them what's going on? The other question was about where maybe nature didn't help and therapy did?
Or either vice versa.
Okay. What I learned about myself is that I definitely like to try to fix things on my own. So when I recognize that I'm going through a low point, I definitely like to get out and walk and try to see if people see what I feel. And most of the time, because I am always happy and outgoing, people see it instantly, right? So it's kind of a trick that I play with myself, but it always works in my favor. But I realized that therapy, sometimes I need it because the things that are going on in my head, someone else can decipher them for me. And I can figure out where they're coming from, right? I have an idea. My therapist is always funny because she's like, you always come already with the solution. And she's like, and you're really on point. Like, you really be knowing what's going on with you. But then when she unpacks it for me, it makes me realize things that I hadn't realized before.
I think that's so powerful. When I was listening also to our keynote, I was thinking of how so many of us, we mask. And then people see what it looks like on the outside, but they don't necessarily know what's going on in the inside. So thank you for that. Thank you for talking about how you force yourself kind of out of that isolation, which I know is probably not always easy. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Larry, I'm going to come to you. So please share a little bit about your story and the truths that you have about therapy and your healing.
My story, a little bit of a background. Pretty much I was forced into an early retirement. I went to work one day, was injured, knocked out, unconscious, and I'm in construction field. I repair bridges and build high-rise buildings. I even move buildings. So I was knocked out by a heavy piece of equipment. I needed surgery. I recovered, but then being home and being told by doctors that I can't go back to work, and working with my hands is all I've known for 27 years. So to take that away from me and not being able to drive, but I'm watching my wife get up every day and go on about her life, and now I'm in the house isolated. That's when the dark spirits really come in. You start doubting yourself. What's my purpose? How am I going to provide for my family? I ended up having an episode where I was admitted through panic attacks. My wife got me through it. Therapy helped, but she held me down. They call it voluntary, but when you got guards standing outside the emergency room, you ain't going nowhere. So, they took me upstairs. Just like on TV, the door closes, and I'm just sitting there like, what the hell is going on? With these racing thoughts. Me and my wife has been together for 30 years, and we're reduced to seeing each other for 1 hour a day. No phone call, very little TV. Thank God I was in there for only 3 days. I got out on my birthday. From there, I was admitted to an outpatient clinic to deal with the depression. I did that for 2 months. And then I found, I'm going to shout it out, Rhapsody Healthcare in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Very sweet woman who treats me till this very day, medication and stuff like that. But I was diagnosed with bipolar, depression, anxiety that triggers severe panic attacks. This is the first time I'm actually speaking about this in public. So y'all got to bear with me a little bit because the flashbacks hurt. What was the second part of your question? I gave the background, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm so riveted about what you're saying here. I think you could just continue on with what you're saying. And, thank you for sharing that this is the first time that you're sharing this. We feel honored that you would choose this space to share with us
Thank you.
You really do.
Thank you.
And so I hear as you're talking about it, the pain part that you went through, but you're sitting up here today in power, right? So we appreciate that. We appreciate that. Is there anything else that you want to add while you're sharing your story right now? I know it's hard to walk through, but we're riveted by it. Anything else that you want to share?
All of this happened a year ago. My injury was 3 years ago, but the mental health was last year, this time. It's recent. But I'm dealing with it. I have the right people behind me. And again, you know, my wife, and even her sister has held me down. I mean, the therapists are good, the medication is good, but my wife's my core. I lean on her for everything. Matter of fact, you'll constantly see me looking at her, and we're speaking in an unspoken language, and a glance, there's 1,000 words going on. Yeah.
Thank you. That's beautiful. And you made a nice transition, because I want to come back to you, Dr. Jenkins, as we're talking about therapists. And I heard how you found a person that has worked for you and continue to work for you. And so some people say that finding a therapist is almost like you got that wife, finding that love relationship. Talk to us about, how do you do that? What is it like? Is it like finding that love relationship?
No.
All right.
No. I'm not anybody's partner for life. There is no, yes, there is some better for worse. It ain't richer or poorer, because I want my payment. I kind of cringe when people, I understand why the choice to find a therapist is kind of compared to finding a spouse, right? Biblically, the Bible says that he that finds a wife finds a good thing. And you cannot argue with the fact that when you find someone who helps you feel seen, who can help you, as Mercedes said, unravel those thoughts, kind of like your thoughts are a ball of yarn and they can put all of the colors in the right scheme, it is important. But there are some very different things boundary-wise. You can't call me 24/7. You can call your spouse 24/7. You want to have a spouse, to your point, that's gonna be there when the therapy ends. My work day ends at a certain point, and I have a responsibility to my own family. So if you go into this expecting that level of partnership, you're always gonna be disappointed. Now, you got some therapists that don't mind being available 24/7, 365, 366 on leap years. That is not Dr. J. I believe that your therapist should feel like family, but there need to be very clear boundaries. Now, boundaries for people of color are gonna look different than what, to Rwenshaun's point, what we are traditionally taught. I attend birthdays, funerals, weddings, because I had to hear about all of that, and I wanna see, are you really dealing with that the way we talked about in session, or are you coming in here blowing smoke? I've done counseling with couples and then watch them get to the aisle, and it is a beautiful experience to see all of the things that they had worked through culminate in that moment. I've sat with clients who were having fertility issues, and then to see them have a child. So yes, we're gonna be there, but it's not the same. There are some very real differences. And you don't want somebody that close to you. You need somebody who's gonna maintain a healthy degree of objectivity. My husband, well, he thinks the sun shines out my rear. That's what I think. My therapist is like, no, sis, you got some issues. And so it's little idiosyncrasies like that I think we have to be clear. We certainly don't want somebody who feels like a stranger, because I'm not gonna undress somewhere that I don't feel comfortable. And I often say that vulnerability is the gift that I give to you, but you have to prove yourself worthy of that gift, right? So if I am in a therapeutic space and I'm with someone who doesn't feel like they're safe, That's not saying you gotta feel like my spouse, but you have to feel safe enough for me to start emotionally undressing those things. But I need you to have a healthy level of objectivity. I don't need to hear how great I am. I can hear that when I go home. I need to hear, you're great and this is how you can be better, right? And I think we just have to, it does take time. Finding a therapist is a lot like dating. You're gonna find some duds. You're gonna find the one that's for you. I had a therapist who felt like therapy sessions were passing me Xerox copies of things, and I finally had to tell her, sis, I'm a therapist, and I don't even do this, and this is whack, this is not the way I think, right? She wanted to give me these like little homework sheets, and so one day I was like, I went in, it was at my doctor's office, and I thought it would be more convenient because, you know, at the doctor's office, just go right there, boom. The second time I went in, I said, okay, so what page from Wiley's therapy book, homework book you gonna give me today? And she looked at me and she said, what do you know about that? I said, I'm a therapist in private practice. I've been doing this for, at the time, 20 years. I had been in private practice for 3. And her jaw dropped. I said, so we gonna talk or you just gonna give me homework? And she admitted, to her credit, she said, I don't think I'm the therapist for you. Thank you very much. God bless you. Good night. And I told my doctor, this is not going to work. I ended up finding a therapist who I absolutely love and adore. And she tells me on a regular, no, you tripping. That's anxiety. That ain't you. And so that's a level of accountability that I need that you don't always get. If I call my mom right now and say, Mom, I'm stressed out. Oh, you always figure it out. Everything's okay. If I call my husband and say, I'm having a bad day. Oh, all right, you want to talk about it? He ain't really going to do nothing. You want to talk about it? Yeah. Okay, you want to go get some ice cream? Okay, like that's not helping, right? So there are some similarities, but we have to be careful because there is a level of boundary and a level of accountability that we need that we don't often find in our partnerships, romantic partnerships.
Thank you, thank you. And so, as you talked about a bit of self-advocacy in there, right? You had to advocate for yourself because that was not working for you. I want to transition a little bit to talk about this issue of communities of color and when it can hurt because of, you know, the lack of cultural fit. We talked about that just a little bit, we touched on it, but I'd like to know from your perspective, when you think about it, do you believe therapy can sometimes hurt, particularly in communities of color? And what should therapists and we as clients be aware of in that?
It absolutely can, because if you don't know my lived experience, and every time I say something, I have to qualify that. I'll give you a real example. So I've been doing therapy for 26 years now. One of my clients, when I worked primarily in substance abuse, was overheard in the common area having a conversation with her husband. And she said, when I get home, I'm gonna kill you. Well, the white therapist immediately clutched her beloved pearls and started the whole homicidal ideation protocol. She wants to kill her husband. I said, hold up. When did she say she wanted to kill her husband? I just overheard her on the phone. I said, was she talking to her husband? Yes. I said, did she have a look on her face like somebody just said something really stupid? She said, I guess, why? I said, come here, let me give you Black colloquialism 101. I'm gonna kill you means you just made me hotter than fish grease. And so let me explain what hotter than fish grease means. And I had to literally deconstruct the way that we speak was so foreign to her. This was also the same person who wanted to diagnose a client with very strong spiritual beliefs with auditory hallucinations and have her on very high doses of antipsychotic medication because she was Colombian and felt that someone had put roots on her. Well, in our language, it would be put roots on her. And so the woman kind of dismissed it as her being paranoid. I've also known of instances where a client was in a hospital, had just given birth, and was doing this. What does mean? Oh, you mean it's not self-harm? The white nurse who was in charge of her, and I know this because a colleague of mine has a DNP, so she's a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and was on call in the hospital and received a call of a mother who she thought was having postpartum depression or anxiety, and that she needed to come because the woman was engaged in self-harm. And the way she wrote it in the chart was that the woman was banging her head. Well, when you hear banging your head, you think this, not this. So when she walked into the room, the nurse was behind her. She's doing it again. She's doing it again. And the nurse turns around and said, "That's what you call me for?" If she did not have a black woman as her nurse practitioner, that woman would have ended up in a straitjacket. Those are the times that therapy absolutely can hurt. And I've done I try to do a lot of education. I was on a panel that we put together this cultural humility toolkit for providers and all these other things. But the truth of the matter is that most of the people who need that information won't even know where to access it. And so we have to be careful when we go into these spaces, because there are more of them than there are of us. We have to be equipped with asking very specific questions. How many other black clients do you see? What is your experience with whatever your presenting issue is? How many continuing education credits in cultural humility do you take every renewal period? And here's a hint: if they only say 3, because that's the state minimum, please get up and leave. That they're not attuned to you. And it's fine if you have to keep going until you find that person. Some of the people who you find that are culturally sensitive and attuned to your experience may not necessarily look like you, but you want to make sure that they're doing their due diligence, but it starts with you doing yours.
Thank you so much. Larry and or Mercedes, is there a time when you had to advocate for yourself or someone else had to advocate for you? And could you share your experience with that?
All right. Your question was advocacy for myself?
Yes.
Again, because I think so darkly of myself, I don't really advocate for myself. But what I did when finding my therapist, to elaborate on what you've said, I got on the internet and I hunted. I wanted a black female therapist. And it's not because I'm racist, but I wanted somebody to understand my culture. I wanted somebody to understand when I go to the shopping mall or the shopping center how I have to walk around with my hands behind my back to make them feel comfortable while I'm shopping. That's the therapist I wanted. I didn't want to have to go to a therapy session. It's my session, you help me, but I have to educate you on my culture. I want you to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. If I use slang, you understand it. So I did find her. Rhapsody, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. A wonderful woman, Nigerian. I look forward to going to her office every 3 weeks. I wish I could go weekly. But you know, she asked me about my family dynamics. It's not just about me. It's about me, but it's more than my treatment for depression, anxiety, and bipolar. It's how am I getting along in life? How am I dealing with the retirement? And I'll tell you something else she's done. Because I'm from Brooklyn, New York, I was in them streets. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I can relate to the younger crowd, the younger men. I can relate. I'm comfortable with talking to what we call thugs and YNs and all that. I can relate. So the seed she planted in me was, with my work experience and my ability to relate to younger men, she's the one that told me to pursue a kind of like a non-for-profit to get into the high schools, to get into the detention centers, to get into the prisons, and show these young men that getting a college degree isn't the only route that you can take to become successful. You can also, like I've done for 27 years, work with your hands and provide for your family and provide a very good living for your family. So I'm in the early processes of starting this non-for-profit. But the goal is, to get into these high schools, to get into these prisons and relate to the young men and women that are in there who feel like there's no future for them. Because you can learn a trade with the mistakes in your past. I have. I was arrested. I have a background. But I've turned that around. And I provided for my family. And I think that's success for me. No, I'm not the millionaire, but I provide for my family and I get what it is that they need. That's what's important to me. Does that answer your question?
So advocating for myself is very important to me. Like I said earlier, I'm the type of person that already kind of know what's going on with me. Like, usually when I go for counsel, I already know what the problem is. I'm looking for someone, like we said earlier, to unpack it. And if you're not, and I need 1, 2, 3, right? Because I want to get to fixing it, right? I'm not the type of person that want to play around with it, want to act like I don't know what's going on. This is what's going on. This is how I feel, and give me the things that I need to fix it. I don't want your opinion. I don't want you to tell me what you thought you heard. I told you. I know what it is. Give me the points so I can fix it. And I'm very big on self. You know what I mean? Like I can work on myself. I can beat myself up myself, right? So I just want the points. And it's funny. I think in therapy you do the clinical words. I like them, but I like to go home and study them for myself. I don't want you to give it to me, give me a name, right? And then I just walk away and believe it. I want to, what you say you think it might be with some points, so I can go read up on it, see if that makes sense, see if I saw those symptoms that you thought you saw in me, right? And if, exactly. So yeah, I'm very much like, I know what it is going on, and I just need some help, some guidance, and some points. Let me go study it, work on myself, figure it out, and then I'm gonna report back.
Thank you. Thank all 3 of you for making this point that we can and we should speak up when we feel like therapy is not safe, when we feel like it's not culturally relevant. So that's what I got from all 3 of you, and all a little bit different how you can do that. So I hope that we really heard that, that we should and we must. And I want to segue in just a second to open it up to the audience, but I want to bring it back to you, Dr. Jenkins. Just one thing I want to touch on. We heard earlier about levels of advocacy, and we talked about systemic things that are happening. And so I'd like to just hear from you as a professional, some of the things that you may be engaged in, advocating for, needing other voices to get behind you in when it comes to making therapy relevant and safe for people of color.
So right now, the hill that I'm willing to die on, there are a few of them. Over the course of my career, I've gotten into a lot of trouble for a lot of things. I have a really big mouth. I'm being very nice today. But I have a really big mouth, which gets me in a lot of trouble. I learned about mental health first aid about 2 years ago, and in May completed my mental health first aid instructor training. One of the things that I am very passionate about is bridging the gap between mental health and faith-based communities. The church needs to open their mouths about issues related to mental health, especially in our community. So the nerd in me will tell you that statistically speaking, approximately 85% of African Americans consider themselves people of faith. The fact that that 85% is more likely to seek comfort, solace, and counsel from their faith leaders before they go anywhere else tells me that we have a job to do with at least equipping our faith leaders with mental health first aid training. That's the very least we could do. And so my goal, somebody said you gotta have big, hairy, audacious goals. My goal is that by the end of 2026, I will have personally trained 300 Black and brown individuals in mental health first aid. If you don't know what mental health first aid is, Google it. If you need a trainer to come into your institution, you can see me and I will get you my information. I just did my first official training on yesterday, and we cut up because I'm a little off, y'all. I'm a little off. Don't let the letters fool you. I'm a little off. I like to have fun. And I think part of the reason why our community has not embraced mental health education is because it has been very stoic, very stiff. To Rwenshaun's point, it is very regimented, and it doesn't fit with us. We are a very demonstrative people. We need more than just, and so on page 3, if that's what you're looking for, I'm definitely not your kind of trainer. I'm not your kind of therapist. I'm none of that, okay? But there's that. The second thing is people talk a lot about decolonizing mental health. I don't know that I agree with that language, but I think at the very least, we need to have more conversations like this. We need to start talking more about how mental health shows up for our people. We need to use our language so that when someone comes into a therapeutic space, they can use their language in a way that is more comfortable to them. Because if you speak your language, then you're gonna be more comfortable talking about it, especially when you don't have to explain everything that you're saying to your provider, right? The third thing that I am doing is I am committed so I'm an approved clinical supervisor, have been for a couple of years, and I kind of got a little flack for it, but I don't care, I can take it. I am only taking Black and brown clinicians as supervisees. And in our practice, we currently have 2 Black women and 1 Black man, hallelujah to the King, who are working toward their licensure in mental health and who will stay with me until they are prepared to open their own private practices. So those are kind of the 3 things that I'm dealing with to just advocate for our community.
Thank you. And thank you for doing that work and leading it. So, so important. I want to take time now. We have time for a few questions from both our audience here in person and our virtual audience. We can take questions. If you have a question, if you raise your hand here in the audience, or if you put it in chat for our virtual audience. What questions do you have for our panelists? And I see a hand over here. The mic is coming to you.
Hello, thank you. Have any of you guys had any experience in receiving or going through trauma-informed care?
So I'm a certified clinical trauma professional.
Okay.
I do not do EMDR or any of the special therapies, but I don't think that you can be a clinician who is dedicated to working with people of color and not have trauma-informed training, because racialized trauma is a thing. So if you don't think you have any other trauma, if you are walking around in Black or brown skin in America, you have trauma.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. First of all, I would like to say I'm so happy to be here. Just listening to you, a few tears have been coming to my eyes, but for Mr. Frazier, I wanted to ask you a question. How long did it take you to recover your injury? Because I'm in this position now. It has bothered me mentally. All my life I have been independent. You know, always kept jobs, always, you know, provided for my family, and I had got injured 2 years ago. I'm still not where I need to be, and I'm still somewhat in denial because I'm like, okay, it's gonna get better. I gotta get back out there to work. I gotta do this, you know, but it had played a mental, it messed me up really bad because, like I said, all my life I've worked, always been this person to provide for my family. And I'm still trying to grasp the fact that I got injured and I can't do certain things. How did you get out that rut? I mean, I attend therapy. You know, I had to do the same thing, find a therapist, because I need something that's going to stimulate my brain. But how do you get past that? Because I'm still somewhat in denial. I mean, so I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It happened 3 years ago. I have a plate in my neck that holds my spine together. I still have to go to the pain management doctors to get the nerves burnt to stop the pain from going into my shoulder. I'm gonna have this pain for the rest of my life. I'm gonna have to have this plate adjusted every 10 years. Your question is, how do I get over it? I haven't. I'm still dealing with it. I'm in pain right now, holding my head up. If you see, I'm constantly doing this because it's cramping up behind my shoulder.
Well, I feel the same way. I injured my shoulder twice.
Okay.
Repaired, and then I wound up getting a knee injury.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm very athletic. I'm always busy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to relax. I mean, I'm still injured. I mean, I exercise, and you know, the doctors tell me you gotta bring my level is so high as far as activity, and I don't know how to turn it off. And I don't want to get injured again, which, you know, I'm still healing, but the fact that I can't go back to work right now, I mean, I'm switching careers now.
Do you have a therapist?
I have a therapist, you know, I'm doing pretty good.
Are you connected with the therapist? I mean,
yes.
you tell her.
I'm very connected, you know, but a lot of times I just be like, I ain't trying to hear that because I'm going back to doing what I want to do.
Your stubbornness. I get it.
Right,
I get
so,
it.
but, I mean, I've gotten better with it, but at times I still be like, wow, I can't believe this. Like,
all I can say is you just have to accept the circumstances that you're in. Stop fighting it. Talk to your therapist about it and just accept it and learn and, you know, understand that this is something you're going to have to live with for the rest of your life. You can't fight it. You're going to drive yourself crazy trying to fight it.
I'm trying. I'm too young right now to be not working.
I'm 53.
I'm
53. I'm young.
Yeah.
But you have to become. You have to be at peace with it. You have to get to that point where you're at peace with it and accept it. Don't fight it. Talk to your therapist. Talk to your family members, and start accepting the circumstances that you're in right now. You have limitations. I have limitations. It's not the end of the world. You can probably go find something else to do.
Yeah. I'm very busy.
Thank
you. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. We have just a few more minutes left. I see another hand. I think we have maybe an online question. Maybe we can get time for two more questions. I do see this hand, and then I think we have a question from online.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes, we do have a question from online from Vince. How can we increase the pipeline of cultural competent mental health professionals?
Money. I have 2 master's degrees, a doctorate. I'm licensed in 4 states. That's not because I'm balling out of control. It's because of the shortage that we have. Each license, on average, costs $250 every 2 years to renew. That does not count the 2 years I spent getting the first master's, only for New Jersey to tell me that because it didn't have the word counseling in the title, didn't mean anything. Yeah, so I had to go back and get a second master's degree. So I have 1 degree in addiction science because my passion is substance abuse, and then I have another one in professional counseling. There are not very many people who can take on that financial load, and then in New Jersey, you have to work for 3 years under the supervision of someone else. All of those supervised hours are not always paid, And in some cases, you have to pay for your own supervision. So financially, there is a very real barrier to us when we know that we are statistically under-earning our white counterparts. Don't get me started on a wage gap between black women and other folks, because that's a whole other panel. The finances just aren't there. We need benefactors. We need more scholarships. We need more therapists who are seasoned therapists to step up and volunteer to take younger therapists under their wing. And we need business acumen in these therapy programs so that more clinicians can then go on to own their piece of this therapeutic space. It all boils down to money. And until I, hit the mega millions and, can give scholarships to like 5 up and coming black folks, we need to figure out where the finances are.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I believe, can we take this one last question? Okay, I've got permission to take this last one.
This has been an incredible experience. I am freshly licensed as a mental health therapist. This has been my first year. Yeah. But what has been a struggle has been advocating for my family. They don't want to go to therapy. The first time we tried to do family therapy, it ended in a fight. Literally, I was fighting my sister. Larry, actually, this is a story that resonates with me. My sister was diagnosed with epilepsy. She spent her whole entire life being independent, doing what she wants to do, traveling. She is an MC. And then she gave birth to my niece, and I think 6 months later, she developed epilepsy. We don't know how. We don't know why. No one in our family has it. So that independence as well was stripped from her. And it has gotten to the point where, again, she's still being violent. She's still fighting the fact that this is her reality. And it's been 6 years. She still is fighting it. And I'm like, girl, why are you fighting this? Just go to therapy. And I'm telling her as a professional to go, but it's still that resistance. So my question to you is, when did you finally, surrender to the fact that, hey, this is my life. Let me go to therapy. Let me get the help that I need. And was it hard? Because, dealing with my sister, she just doesn't want to give in. I don't know how to help her anymore. And it's getting to the point where our relationship is taking a toll because of her inability to get the mental health help. And I can't help her. And I'm not going to, because I have that boundary with my family. I'm not your licensed therapist. I'm not doing that. I'm your sister. I'm your child, your grandchild, your niece, your whatever. So I don't have that, ability to be there for her. But it's just like, I don't know how to help her anymore. Hands are tied.
For me, everybody's circumstance is different. Battling my issue was bringing tension between me and my wife. I had to start listening to the doctors and start accepting what was being told to me. You're never at peace with it, especially me being young, fairly young. It is a challenge. To this very day, it's a challenge. But your sister has to try to find another avenue. Stop trying to hold on to what made you the person you are today and look for the person you want to be tomorrow. Find another avenue. That's all I can give you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What a powerful question to end with. I know that so many of us really identify with that. I want to thank all 3 of you. Would you please give a round of applause to our powerful, powerful panel today? We wish we had more time, but we don't. They're going to get me if I go any longer. So you all will hopefully maybe be around a little bit if somebody wants to grab you. Okay, so thank you all for your engagement with this panel. We're going to go ahead and step away and transition to what's next.
Before we transition, as you can tell, we're having very real, raw, transparent conversations. And very similar to that topic, moments like these can help, but they can also hurt. They can become triggers. So we do want to make you aware that we are here for advocacy. There are a lot of professional advocates within this room. If you need to take a moment, there is a quiet space, a quiet room, the Kelly room on the right side of this room. Just go out of these doors and you can kind of go in there, relax. The other thing I would say that as you're listening, if you feel triggered, journal, write down some of those things that you're feeling. And then when you find your therapist, you can talk through that. And even if you're online, write down some of the things you're feeling. We want to make sure that people are getting the help they need, but we also want to be strategic in that process.
Coming up next, Signs and Wonders, parenting while the world's in a mental health crisis.
Hello, again, it's Kimberly Simmons here with you live as your virtual host. When you registered, you received an email that will give you the link to this program. Please feel free to follow along for the agenda and to learn more about each of our presenters, panelists, and speakers here today. Coming up next, we have we just finished Beyond the Couch. What a wonderful, wonderful panel. Hope everyone enjoyed it and got some wonderful jewels out of that. Up next, we have Signs and Wonders, parenting while the world is in a mental health crisis. So I'm gonna have to hop off of here and get on the panel, but don't worry, you will have one of our team members with you in the chat to continue to engage with you and speak for you here in the room. Thank you.
Hey everybody, how are you today? Are you good? If you are good, show by hand. Come on, give it up for yourself for being good today. Again, my name is Neesha Stringfellow. I'm so grateful to be a part of this movement. It is not just a conference, it is a movement. And it looks like we're moving from state to state, so shout out that we'll be in Chicago next year, my hometown. Okay? I wanted to ask by show of hands, how many are parents in the room? Grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, sisters. Come on, raise your hand if you are. Brothers. Okay? If you are, then guess what? You want to see some signs and wonders happen in the earth. Am I right? I'm reminded of the scripture that tells us signs and wonders follow them that believe. And we are here today because we believe that we have to be concerned about having a sound mind. Yes. Shout out to my tech husband right there. I can't even. Okay, is that better? Testing 1, 2. All right. So with that being said, I'm excited today because we're going to talk about parenting while the world's in a mental health crisis. And I believe that we can see some movement, some signs and wonders as these amazing healthcare professionals and parents come on up to the stage. So let's go ahead and call up Ezsa Allen, who is our amazing mental health therapist. Give her a hand as she comes. Come on, Ezsa. Next, we have Kyle Carter, who also is the CEO of the National Alliance on Mental Illness in Philadelphia. Welcome, Kyle. And the beautiful Kimberly Simmons, who is our licensed independent social worker. Give her it up. Thank you all so much for joining us today, and I'm going to switch things up a little bit just for a minute and ask you, how are you all doing?
I'm well.
You are well?
Yes.
Okay. Kyle?
I am good.
You are good?
I am coming. My birthday was a couple weeks ago.
Happy birthday.
Had the opportunity to take a little solace and rest at a Black-owned spot in the Poconos, Akawaba, if anybody's familiar with that. Amazing experience if you haven't gone. Exactly. So I had an opportunity to just refresh, renew, get ready for this next fiscal year, as all of our business professionals know. So, but I'm in a good space. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you. Kim?
I'm hanging in here. I'm doing great. Happy to be here. It's been a
Okay.
great travel day and all the things, but good.
So we are going to have a conversation about parenting in this world. And the reason I asked them, are they good? Because we should always check on the ones who are the healthcare professionals and those who are taking care of others, right? So we need to ask them if they're good. When's the last time have you asked somebody in terms of your children, are they good? How many last week asked, are your children good? Raise your hand. Did you ask your child, your grandchild? This is good. And so we're going to talk about this a little bit today because we need to really break the stigma that's attached to facing this mental health crisis in the world today. Anxiety, depression, and suicide, particularly among young people. And I reached out to my cousin today because in 2007, I lost my cousin, who was a father of 4 by way of suicide. And then in 2021, I lost my nephew, who was 18 and a senior in high school. And the trauma behind that has, and also the stigma behind that has really made us more advocates of what we do. And so I want to start off by you all introducing a little bit about yourself and why you do what you do. Ezsa.
Okay, my name is Ezsa Allen. I'm a mental health therapist. I've been a therapist for about 18 years now. I started my own practice about the last 5 years called Social Age Counseling. And I also started a nonprofit organization to promote mental health awareness, education, intervention in the Black and Brown communities to break that stigma so that we can get the help that we need. And I started this initially because I saw a shirt on the young, I think his name is Rwenshaun, that stated, to be the person you needed when you were younger. And I just wanted, my goal and my passion is to help underprivileged children. So that's why I started.
Thank you. Thank you. Kyle?
Yes, so as you mentioned, Chief Executive Officer, NAMI Philadelphia, been on the road for about 2 years. I'm about to give an elevator pitch. It's going to be like less than 2 minutes, y'all, so please. I do this every day, all day. But NAMI Philadelphia, National Alliance of Mental Illness, largest grassroots nonprofit in the country. We have 600 affiliates and 5 in the area. So previous to this, I served in leadership for city government, DBH IDS. I see some of our folks from DBH. Hello, hello, hello. Why do I do what I do? I think that my talent, my skill, and my passion met and created alignment for me. So my mother was diagnosed with clinical depression when I was 11. So managing that, navigating that, I think brought me to a space when I was in my early 20s and I was given my first role. So I developed a passion for helping others, helping youth initially, and then kind of transitioning to helping everybody from, at this point, 2 to 36 I've supported in the mental health space. So I think, again, that alignment met for me, and that's why I'm here where I am.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, again, I'm Kimberly Simmons. I am a school social worker as well as a licensed clinical social worker. Why do I do what I do, right? Well, I kind of take it back to my mother. Growing up, she had me very involved in the community, very involved with doing things and learning about people. She had a very wide friend base of very diverse people, and so just learning about people, and then it led me to want to understand why people do what they do. And so I did my undergraduate degree in psychology, then finding my way to what was next, because if anybody knows, you can't do anything with a psychology bachelor's, really. So next was thinking about how to help people with no ceiling, and that was social work for me. Because social work degree can take you anywhere, any field, any place, anything. And so I love working with youth. I work with high schoolers in the school social work, and I love it. And so just through that, just learning how to help people and wanting to and having a true heart for it.
Thank you. Give it up for their professions and their why. So I have a question for you all. How have each of you seen this reflected in your respective areas of working with the youth? And I'll start with Kim, and we'll work our way on down.
So I definitely see, the schools I work in are called middle colleges. And I'm in Greensboro, North Carolina, and a lot of the perception around a middle college is that we have the high flyers, the people, the kids who are excelling at everything, and they don't need any help, and I'm sure you all can agree that's far from the truth, right? And so we definitely see what's reflected, what's in the world reflected in our schools. That's what schools are, so they're a reflection of the world. And so definitely see the increase in conversation around mental health, but yet still a lot of need. Having to work with parents can sometimes be the barrier to our children getting what they need. And so, you have an old school parent and a new school child and trying to get them to meet in the middle, that therapy is okay, and it's okay. I've had parents say, well, why can't they talk to me? And so I'm seeing all the things reflected by students who will self-advocate. They will say exactly what they need, tell you who they need, how they need it, and where, everything. And so it's about listening to them, and you hear, the increase in the verbiage being used. We quickly call someone a narcissist. We quickly call someone anxious, and all these things without knowledge and definition. And so that's a part of the world too, because we're throwing those terms around so easily now. And so the gaslighting and all the things. And so, we definitely see that every day, and just trying to pace it, teach, help them understand what that means. And in the schools especially, it's about teaching the parents as well.
That's so good, and I want to put a spin on it. Thank you for sharing that, because as you were speaking, mental health and the conversations around suicide and depression and anxiety have become more prevalent, right, in the world. It's more open. We're more open about it. But I have heard amongst the schools that, from teachers and social workers and counselors, that students sometimes use it as their advantage, that they really may not be struggling with it, but they'll use it because it's so common. I'd like you all to speak to that a little bit in terms of to their advantage in regards to taking advantage of it, and really not focusing in on, this is really something I struggle with, but I'm gonna use my mental health as an excuse why, of not succeeding, or not getting a good grade, or not doing my homework, etc. Ezsa, you had your hand?
Because you brought up a point to a kid that I had. It was like a couple kids that I had in the school, because I too work in school settings in middle school. And when I do my therapeutic care with my kids, I work at John F. Kennedy Middle School in Riviera Beach, Florida, and the kids that I get are called the problematic children. Okay, they're suspended a lot. They are on the track to an alternative school. They don't even come to school. They have issues at home. So by the time they get to me, I'm dealing with someone who hasn't had a lot of proper care, if you will. So by the time they're done with, no, they're not even done, we've had several sessions, they come to my class or my room and they're a whole different kid, because I set a standard for them. Like, you're not gonna curse in my room, you're not gonna, but I also show these kids love. And kids know who's there for them. They know, they can see right through you to see who's there for them, who's gonna help me. But to that point now, every time they get in trouble, they wanna run to Miss Ezsa. Or if they wanna get out of trouble, they wanna run to Miss Ezsa. And like, no, we can't do that. Like, you're not gonna use, again, to your point, that as an advantage to yourself to get out of trouble, because that's not what this is. And I had to kind of set those boundaries and standards for other kids, because that was becoming a big thing, because they wanted to always run to me when they get in trouble, or even the staff would call me. For kids, that's not even mine, because I've developed that relationship with the kids, but they do kind of understand how to use that to their advantage.
Thank you for sharing it. Go ahead, Kim.
If I can just add real quick, I think as staff in the school, I think the way that we avoid that is by showing them that we take it seriously. We get on their nerves, because we have suicide intervention team, and so we are all trained to do a whole assessment of them anytime something is said, whether it's written, verbalized, anything. And so, I think, we hear kids say all the time, oh my gosh, I just want to run out in the street and die. I'm just going to kill myself. And they say these things very loosely. As soon as it comes out, they're in the office. And we're talking, and they're like, but it's just how we talk. And we're like, well, every time you talk like that, you're going to sit here and talk to us too. And we're calling your parent to let them know that we met with you, and we're assessing to determine if we need to refer you out, if we need to call mobile crisis, whatever we need to do. So it could be just as simple, and we could know, yes, they use this language, but we're not gonna pass it off. So we're gonna have that conversation each and every time. If you say it multiple times a day in every block of the school, we're gonna talk every block. And so I think with that, they realize the severity of what they say and know that it's real. And so that keeps them from using it in a
really good.
different way.
That's really good. Thank you for sharing. Kyle, I'm going to reflect this question to you since you work with NAMI and for NAMI. Just explain how, your respective area of work, how this is addressed amongst the youth.
Well, Jesus. I'm kind of, as you were answering the question, I kind of went back to my former life as a clinician way back when, and I've seen students use their, mental health challenges as a crutch sometimes to avoid and deflect and things like that. You see adults do it all the time, but I think the most effective way, and I'm sure my colleagues here would agree, is holistic care, treating the entire family. That it doesn't just begin with the child. It's mother, father, caregivers, etc. Everybody is part of the quote-unquote treatment team. The problems come when you try to treat the child in isolation, and you don't examine everything. So far, I see it often in Philadelphia. You have students with IEPs, and the parents don't know what the hell the IEPs look like. They don't know what measurable goals look like. The goals aren't measurable. The goals don't make sense. You got therapists that don't show up and say that they did. All these different things that unfortunately plague Black and brown communities. I've worked out in Garnet Valley, and I can tell you, you don't see it out there. But you definitely see it at 16th and Dolphin, 18th, you know what I mean? So that is a thing. But I think in NAMI, to try to address some of these issues, we flow through education. Education, advocacy, and training are our three tenets and our three pillars. So all of our work, whether it's our support groups, our groups, and I'm gonna give a shout out to my team back there, Shaman Scott, put your hand in, Ariana, please put your hands up. They do amazing work in the space of educating, training, making sure that folks know how to advocate for themselves. But the key to all of this is education, making sure that parents are educated, community members are educated, administrators are educated. That's another problem. There are a lot of administrators, principals, et cetera, that have no idea how to manage this. Some of them are former librarians that decided to move into the administrative space, and they don't have the sufficient amount of support around them to understand this is what an IEP looks like. This is what challenges need to look like. These are the supports that need to happen in order for children to be successful. So I can go off a pool for about another 45 minutes, but we only got so much time, but hopefully I answered your question.
Okay, thank you so much. So this question is for Ezsa and Kim. In a time of collective trauma, what are ways you protect your own children about being honest about, the world's challenges today in regards to mental illness and so on and so forth? And I am very concerned about that. So from a personal experience, as personal as you can be.
So I have a 12-year-old daughter. You can find her out at the SoundMinds table, so you can fact check me if you want to. But I think it's about checking in. It's a lot of check-ins. Like I've even asked her some days, like, am I a good mom? And what does that look like? Is there anything you need from me that I'm not providing for you? And having those kind of conversations to really understand her experience as a child. Because I do everything that I think, like good things I remember from my childhood or, different things I want her to experience. But if she's not enjoying it and she's not learning from it, it's doing no good. So I have to know from her what's going on. And keeping an open space, a safe space, we talk about that in therapy, but you also have to have a safe space at home. And so a space that she can freely talk. She was trying to advocate for a children's panel at SoundMinds one year because she spoke about her classmates. She's going into the 7th grade. In 5th grade, she had classmates that she was hiding their pencil sharpener from because they would cut themselves with a pencil sharpener. And so, for me, she knew to go talk to the social worker at the school and those kind of things. But it's about having open dialogue and conversations and being willing to hear even the tough things that they understand to help her to process the world.
Yeah, I agree. It's mostly about being honest with them and being communicative with them, to asking them their feelings, what they think, even put them into situations of what they would do, to making them more aware. Spending more time with them, because at that age they're very much more privy to their peers and what they're doing and wanting to feel included with their peers. And it's a really, really tough time for kids like in this middle teenage years, to having building relationship with your children. Like I know, like where I come from, that we really didn't build relationships with our parents. Is what I told you to do. You do what I say. I don't even want to hear your voice. You don't come into rooms where people are talking. So it was much division how I grew up. So even myself, I had to learn to have a balance, if you will, to they're still not my friend. However, I still want to make that balance into learning how to include them and hear them, because a lot of times I don't think that we hear our children when they speak. And just trying to dibble and dabble in the things that they are doing, especially social media. Social media is very crucial to understanding how they think, the friends they're hanging with. Again, I can't express how much their peers make a big influence into life. So just, again, being honest with them, having that relationship with them, and just doing more with them.
So, this might tie into it, because I was thinking about this. Do you ever encourage your children to ask how you are doing? Because the reason I say that is because if you're always the one checking on them and they're not checking on you, there's so much transparency in this room, but how transparent are we with our children? So,
well, as I'm a single mother, and so I talk a lot about us being a team, and we're in this together. I don't live here by myself, and that's around chores, cleaning, and caring for each other. And so I do talk about that team aspect and checking in with your teammate. And funny enough, recently, I have horrible allergies, and my allergist added on a medication for my allergies, and he said it's one that could, all the small print and the fast talk on the commercial, one of the things that could cause mood swings and depression. And so she was in the room with me because she too was at the allergist, and I said, okay, I said, if you see me change, you need to tell me. So that opened up a conversation about what does that look like? How do I check on you? How do I make sure that if something is different, what do I say? So we have had, that kind of talk around that.
So this is for everyone. Thank you for sharing. How can parents advocate for better mental health support in schools or community? And I'm gonna start with Kyle there. And then what should they do when they feel unequipped or out of the depth with their child's mental health needs? So let's start with the first one, with just how parents can advocate for better mental health support within the schools and the communities.
Starting at home and having active communication with their own children. Listening to, not talking at. Understanding exactly, because again, creating those transparent relationships will alleviate and mitigate so many problems down the line. But when you just have this broad brush of, you need to listen to me, and you're not really taking in what their challenges are, and they don't feel like they can share that with you, you're setting yourself for a lot of pain. So I think listening at home, understand what they're going through, that way you can go have a conversation with counselors, admin, et cetera, but you're equipped with you're educated with that. So I would say definitely start with your own children, get equipped in that area, and then kind of branch yourself up.
I'm gonna take it a step back. Because mental health, if we're going to be honest, is such a taboo still today. And if we are going to be honest, nobody wants to talk about it. No one, like I said, with my nonprofit, I have these events that if, we had somebody like an athlete or somebody you're going to come for them. You're really not coming for the education of, the mental health portion. So I would completely educate everyone into educating yourself first, because a lot of people don't even know what it is. They just think it's still for the crazies. It's just still for John on the street who's just talking to himself, or for Jack, who in the family, he act crazy, but everybody leave him alone because that's just how Jack act. You know what I'm saying? So it's just about educating yourself more on what it is before you can educate someone else, because it's still so much of an unspoken charter that we have to do our due diligence to educating ourselves on the mental health portion, because it's not just about our physical health. It's not about just how you look on the outside, because I can tell you, your brain is the functioning masterpiece to everything you do. The way you think, the way you act, the way you react, the way you deal with your children, the way you deal with work, your relationships, half the time is our mental issues. Either we didn't deal with unhealed issues as a child, or we're mimicking what our parents did, what our father did, what our mom did, not knowing that that's not normal. And sometimes when I talk to my clients and they're like, well, don't everybody do this? No. No, you know, so it's completely about educating ourselves first and wanting to learn more, having that, and not initiative, but that intention to wanting to educate yourself more, because, you know, we all talk about the bag, but the real bag is getting yourself, your mental health upgraded first.
Working on you. If I work on me, it'll affect our we, right? That's so good. Okay. So the second question, part of the question, let's talk about equipped or feeling unequipped. What happens, what should parents do when they feel unequipped? And I love the new licensed therapist, shout out to her again, for being so transparent. But when you feel unequipped and not knowing what to do, what do you recommend?
I think it's, you know, being real about it and understanding your setbacks to being able to help your child and not being afraid to express that.
So let me take it a step further and say, in terms of steps of what a parent should do, where should they go first? You know, who is that first initial contact?
So I can speak on the school piece. I think the school is a great first initial contact. You know, making a connection to the counselor, the social worker at the school, whichever role. We have tons of different names. So in your particular school, in your particular district, finding that person and saying, look, I need help with this. I've had a parent come and have just a sit down with me about what do I do with my child. And then from there you get the resources, you can get the connections to the community and how to help. And so knowing, I think, you know, we go back to the base of knowing. So yes, parents, we need to know who's in our children's schools. What are the roles that they play? What do they do? What are they responsible for? So that then you know who you can go to. And I think that's first step is you know, having that conversation.
I'm going to touch on myself as a parent first, because I too struggled with that with one of my children. I have three kids, a 25-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 12-year-old. My first and my last are boys. My middle is a girl. And they're so spread out apart that I kind of had my time with each of them. And raising my boy, he was like a breeze. Like, it didn't matter. I mean, he's a breeze. I had him at 19. I went through life with him, right? And breeze as in, like, not knowing what to do, to your question. Then my little girl came. Exactly. And then I realized she's a mimic of me. And I didn't know how to deal with me. You know what I'm saying? So we always got into this riff, and my boys are just a breeze. I can do whatever. And they're coming back and kissing me, mommy this and mommy that. But she's going to hold me accountable. And she's going to be like, oh, no, like, you know. And I'm like, whoa, I wasn't ready for this. I don't know how to deal with this. So I completely had to, like, take a step back and take therapy hat off and put mom hat on and be like, what can I do to support her extra? Because what I'm doing is not working. And I did too, by, I guess, to what I do, or education, I had to get her a therapist herself to figure out what more can she open up to that she's not doing with me. So, yeah.
That's so good. You all heard that. Give it up. That was good, right? How many have heard of that term NIMBY? Anybody heard that term NIMBY? Not in my backyard. And a lot of times, parents, there is a stigma attached, like, oh, that's not my child, or, oh, that doesn't run in my family, until trauma hits your home, right? So what are some of the simple signs, and we're gonna wrap up here because we wanna get some questions and answers, but what are some of the signs that parents should look for in regards to knowing that and every therapist needs a what? Therapist. And every counselor needs and every doctor needs so nobody's exempt. So it is in our backyard. However, I want you all just to address what are some of the signs that parents should know that, hey, my child needs not just to see the school counselor, but there needs to be a step further. Let Kyle go, and then you can go.
I mean, just, the general signs like seeing them be withdrawn, changing eating patterns, change in engagement, things like that. I think as a parent you want to kind of look for, and obviously that can lean towards kind of the depressive type thing. So when you start to see things like that, you might just start look to engage with counselors and things like that and kind of change your framing.
I would like to say first and foremost that when it's different when you have your own child, and when you're advocating for them, I would encourage parents to be straightforward and open to what's going on, because a lot of times, myself included, when something's going on with your child, you tend to not want to see that first straightforward. You make excuses, they're tired, they're hungry, they're dealing with this, but they don't, you don't kind of like realize, okay, this is an issue, this is an ongoing issue that I have to address, or else it'll get worse. And then sometimes we wait till the latter part to then now we can't control this issue, the issue, because it got too bad or the severity has gotten too bad. Now we want to do something when we should have done it when we first saw it. So I just encourage parents to understand that you have to be your child's advocate and be the one to be the first person to say, yes, this is what's going on, and not try to avoid the issue, because you're going to make it worse later on in the day.
I think I would add that means being involved in your child's life. Because if you're not involved, you don't know. You don't know what they like, you don't know what they're doing. And yes, our kids are so much in social media, but I'll pop up on a FaceTime. You're in the group FaceTime, hey girls, how we doing? Literally. And so paying attention, like I notice when my daughter's not talking to certain friends as much. And I'm like, so what's going on with Jane? Yeah. Juanita, where is she? You haven't talked to her in a while. Yeah. So, those kind of things, noticing that if they're not wanting to go to school, especially middle school, it's social. They get to learn some things while they're there, but kids go to school for friends. And so I would pay attention to that too. If a child is always wanting to stay home, not wanting to go out, not wanting to do the things that change and the things that they enjoy, if they become where they're hiding things, if you walk in the room and they're jumping, what are you hiding? What's going on? So paying attention to those kind of things. But first and foremost, you have to be involved so that you can know when something's different than their norm.
I want to ditto that only because my nephew was the life of the party. He was the family class clown. He was the leader that encouraged people. And he just went into a sudden dark place. But that didn't mean that his mental health wasn't challenged all of the years. And I think about that some of us mask with the way we're really feeling. And so guess what that does? Cause our children to mask what they're really feeling. And so that's why I think it's so important. So thank you for sharing that. I really, before we ask questions and take questions and answers, I did want you all to, and Ezsa, you can share what you're about to share, but tell us what you want us to really take away from this session about parenting in the world today, so that we can see some signs and wonders happen in terms of mental health journeys. Ezsa?
I would go with three things. One, as a parent, it's very normal for us to parent how we were parent, but we are in a new day, in a new age, that we have to learn how to blend the two and not just conform to the new, but blend the two. And the best advice for that I can give is to right the wrongs of your parents so you can be a better example for your kids. And the second thing would be to, like she said, be very, very involved in your children. Set an example from young that you are in charge, and I mean, to each his own in their own household, but there has to be a level of, the new day age wants to teach them that they have their privacy, they have their rights, they can do, like kids in school dominate, like where I came from, it's the teachers who, nowadays it's the kids who rule. So like everything starts in your household. I don't care what anybody says out there, but here, You have to rule your heart, and not be so dominant, but be that, again, that balance. You know what I'm saying? Giving them their space to grow, learn, fail. Something I couldn't do in my household. We get failing wasn't it was a bad thing. And I learned later on in life, I have to fail to succeed. So, it's just unlearning certain things. But again, finding that balance to giving them the space to grow, but also still parenting and the way you parent in your household. And just being involved, sharing that, your thoughts, ideas, doing things together is the bit. You'll get some kickback from kids, but they want it. They want the discipline. They want that structure. They want that relationship. So even if you schedule every Friday, we do something for 2 hours out the week, and they know they have that to go to, it's going to build that bond between you guys, that even when they veer off to their own, they still have that value that you've instilled in them, so to speak. And that's it for me. Yeah.
Okay. Kyle?
As far as a takeaway, I would say when you look at therapeutic supports, it is a two-way street, that there needs to be joint accountability, no matter if it's the parent or the child. So when you go to engage with a therapist, no matter what it looks like, LPC, psychologist, psychiatrist, their job is not to solve your problems. Their job is to help you develop the resources so that you can address your problems. And I think when you go with that lens, you maximize the opportunity for success, no matter what setting that you sit in.
Thank you. Kim?
I would say trust your gut, what you feel, don't second guess yourself. And also I would say remember the power in partnerships. When you send your child to school, don't expect that that teacher is handling everything, that principal is handling everything, and you just can drop them off and pick them up. Same way when you go to the doctor, you want to hear what's going on. You want to know the test results and all those kind of things. So I think that, unfortunately, we as a community have gotten away from community and the village, where when you get in trouble at school, you're also getting in trouble on your way home, and your mom already knew. By the time you got home. And when you get to church on Sunday, even though it happened Monday, your pastor's going to talk about it too, right? So, in Black psychology in undergrad, we talked a lot about European worldview versus African worldview. And that European worldview is that individualism and that self, I'm climbing the ladder versus we are climbing the ladder. And so we have to get back to the we, and it's okay for another adult, trusted adult, to correct your child. You have to have those people, because the reality is no matter how great your relationship is, they may go through that one thing that because of how great your relationship is, they're afraid to tell you because they don't want to disappoint you. And so you have to have safe people in place that they know they can talk to. And so we have to create these villages and help them know. I have two friends who are, one's a nurse, one's a clinical psychologist, and we get together and have talks with our kids together sometimes, doing affirmations, doing all activities. So really I want to pump, the power in partnerships with your community, with your friends, with the different, professionals that are involved in you and your child's life.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up for them. Amazing. We want you to get your questions and answers together, your questions together for the panelists. But I do want to ask a question, because Dr. Jenkins prompted something when she was talking about not jumping to conclusions. I'm a hairstylist, so I understood that patting it ahead. But what I wanted to say was, and this is a question for you all, this is real life scenarios that I've heard where parents are afraid to come and talk to the social workers in the schools because they're in fear of losing their children because of their own dynamic of what their mental health crises, right? So what do you just recommend in terms of that's that jump into conclusions, but how do you encourage parents to not be afraid of coming to them in fear of calling DCF? Well, I don't know if you all have DCFS, but that's Chicago for us, so.
So
Department of Children and Family Services, yes.
A lot of that responsibility is on the school and how they promote what a social worker is. I've worked Child and Family Services, and I've worked, schools and some other things. Even with Child and Family Services, I'd have kids when I went for a visit, and they'd try to act up and push their parents' buttons, and I said, I'm not here because they can't discipline you. I will stand here and watch them discipline you appropriately. you know, and that sometimes does include a little bit of a spanking, right? So it's about, one, the social worker, the school promoting what a social worker is, a social worker being involved in all aspects of a school community so that they're not just seen when something's wrong. So there's onus on us for that. As far as the parent, sometimes it may not be the social worker. I'm of the mind, you know, I'm not gonna be everybody's cup of tea. You know, we all have different personalities, and so do children. And so my thing to my students is find at least one safe adult and one safe peer within the school system. So, and I would say the same to parents. If you and that math teacher get along really, really well, let that be your person. And they can help guide you because they know the school community in and out. You know, and a lot of places, school social workers are placed and not selected by that school, and so you just never know if they match with the culture of the school or not. So I would just encourage finding a safe person within the school to help guide you and who to connect with that will be safe and to help you to get your needs met.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to put that out there. So are there any questions for our panelists today? Anyone?
Yeah, I'm coming with questions because, again, I attend these conferences to learn, being that I'm freshly licensed. I know what I'm doing, but I also don't know what I'm doing. So a lot of this is to gain the information that's really going to help me in my career. I actually work with kids. This is my first year working with them. And the issue that I'm experiencing is working with the parents. And before we even get to the, come into class and sit with the teacher, learn about the IEP, I wouldn't say these parents don't care, but they don't care. There's bigger issues at home. Some of these people don't have the money to keep electricity on. They don't have the money to buy food. So we're saying, have a healthy diet. No, they can't afford that. They don't have the access to that. So my question is, dealing with parents that have so much going on that mental health doesn't take a priority, how do I navigate that? How do I get them to get involved? How do I show the importance of, hey, your kid needs this help? Meanwhile, they're like, they're all right, you don't care, mental health ain't none. So that's has always been my struggle. It's not necessarily the kids, it's getting the parents on board with this help that I'm trying to provide.
So I'll speak to that because that's the kind of demographics that I deal with in my school setting. And before I start that, I just want to refer to you to say that you do know what you're doing, first and foremost, okay, and continue to do what you are doing. Secondly, I do have those parents who drop off their kids and that's it. And just, when the teachers call them, they're cursing out the teachers, not my kid. Or when the kids are starting fights like throughout the whole school and you have this big old fight, they come into the school to try to help their kid fight. Or you have these parents who send their kids out on the Walmart streets to go rob people to bring back money for the household because that's how they get their money and they don't think about the child or the better interest of the child. And lastly, you have these parents who take their daughters and prostitute them to get the money. So these are the parents that we're dealing with. And the best advice that I can give to you is to continue to support the best way you know how. If the kids is in danger, completely, kid first, right, as a mandated reporter. However, we're trying to help families first. And you want to try to provide, I take an extra step to even talk and having a one-on-one with a parent. And I try to get down to the nitty-gritty of like, tell me what's going on with you, right? I'm not going to fix because I'm the therapist for the child, but it's in the best interest for the child to know what their environment is. So I do have that one-on-one pro bono with the mom and just to kind of figure out what's going on. And once you kind of get deeper in a relationship with someone, something sometimes click. That's right. And they feel something now, or they feel seen, or if you can offer them support. And sometimes I'm both therapist and caseworker. So I don't like pawn them off when I know where there's resources, when I know where there's help, And then I'm also real with you. Like if you continue this path this is where not only your child is going, but where you're going, you know, and you want to do better for yourself. Like, I know you do. Circumstances through life, whatever happened, got you here, but you can do better. You are made for greatness, and pour into them. And hopefully something clicks with them, but you're not there to help everyone in the moment. You're there to plant a seed to help maybe in the future someone else. Yeah.
Kyle?
I would say, you know, to maximize your opportunity for success with the families, I would say communication is central. So start with effectively communicating and clearly communicating what you are there to do and what you're there to not do. And I think you set the stage so that everybody understands what everybody's role is. And then from there, again, I said it earlier, treating the whole child. So understand the dynamics. These challenges don't happen in a vacuum. There are a lot of things that help influence why this child ends up where they are. So I think listening will get you very, very far. So just being open to receiving feedback, but I think very clearly articulating exactly what you are there to do, what you're not to do. And what I would say outside of this is to also maximize your success long term, be kind to yourself. You are not there to solve everyone's problems, as I think you just articulated. I've been where you are. I've been a clinician as well. It is a hard job. But again, be kind to yourself. You do know what you're doing, but you are not God. So do the best you can while you can.
That's good. Yeah. We are actually at time, you guys. So I think that I'm going to let Kim share. Now listen, you can come and talk to our panelists later. And whether you're here, whatever you're here for, get the resources and take them back. Don't just be a listener. Take back, be the one that's planting those seeds. Kim, she'll have the final words, and then we're going to turn it over. But talk to our panelists. Weren't they amazing? Okay, Kim?
So just in addressing the question, I think when you work with children, you know you work with parents. And so it's about, you know, we talk about levels to advocacy. There's also levels to helping your child. And so you have to peel back the layers. And so if, you know, and as a social worker, as a counselor, as a therapist, we're trying to remove barriers to their wellness, right? And so if not having food is a barrier, we seek to find a resource to provide them. Even if they're not your client, you know, like Ezsa said, she sits with the parent, you find out. And we have to remember that some of the parents in those circumstances are dealing with insecurities. They feel judged, they've been judged in their life. And so it's about being real. It's about showing care and concern for them, asking how they're doing. Are you good? You know, and what do you need? Because I think that's the thing, when parents feel like you're only worried about my child, you don't care about me. And they want to be cared for as well. Even not as their therapist, not as their counselor, but in the end, you're helping that child by helping that parent.
All right, let's give it up. Please go out to the vendors, get the resources. Also purchase your You Good shirts. That's a great conversation starter no matter where you are. And we will be back for the next segment later. Thank you all.
I have the pleasure of introducing this next topic. The title, The Power of Advocacy. I will be your moderator for All of Me, the Fight for Whole Self-Wellness. And I think that's a very powerful topic, the fight. Why do we have to fight for self-wellness? So I'll be joined by Rashay Cross, Ali Rogers, and Dr. Jabbar Swain. If you could please make your way to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, so before we get started, when I think about all of me, the fight for whole self-wellness, you know, right now we're talking about mental health. And sometimes we can focus so much on mental health, we can sidetrack physical health. We can sidetrack spiritual health. We can sidetrack financial health and well-being, social health. So we really want to look at that intersection or that interconnectedness of being holistic in our approach. And I think that's going to require us to be very intentional, especially when we leave here. We want to be strategic about being reflective in moments and saying, look, am I leaning too much to the right to where my left is not strong enough? And how do I draw that balance? All right? So before we get started, if you could, and I'll start you with Rashay. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
It's Rashay.
Rashay.
Yep.
Rashay. I told you can check me. Rashay. If you could, just share a little bit about your personal professional background, and then we'll just kind of go down the road before we start.
So my name is Rashay Cross. I am currently the Chief Financial Officer at Progress Trust Investments, and I am helping them. They have a plaza in which they have tenants in the plaza, and I am managing all of the money and the funds for that. So that's my professional background.
Ali?
You just want to know what we do?
Yeah, let's open up some personal, professional.
It's working. I don't see it working. Hey y'all, I'm Allie. I am currently the CEO of Rouse Consulting, which is a strategy and leadership development organization, which I started a few years ago after walking away from almost 20-year career in education that was becoming toxic. And I made a decision, I don't know, my kids asked me one day, while I was talking to them about my experiences at work. I worked in a large organization here in the city of Philadelphia. I led a department of 5 units, upwards of 150 people. And my children came to me and were like, why you work there? Like, you always stressed out. And I was like, you know what? Let me think about that. I thought about it for a couple of weeks and I couldn't come up with an answer, and I walked into my job and gave my 2-week notice. Without a plan, I completely believed that if I jumped, the net would appear. I had complete faith that everything would work out. I am married. I'm not encouraging anybody to walk off your job. Don't go to work tomorrow and be like, I quit. I am married. And so people have said, well, you know, you got a husband, so it'll be all right. My husband is an entrepreneur, right? So things were a little crazy, but I leaned into my business and really used the experiences that I had to help other organizations and spaces where I saw a need for capacity building.
Terrific. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jabbar Swain. I'm the Director of Innovation for the Medical Device Division at Johnson & Johnson. And clinically, I'm a cardiothoracic transplant surgeon. I do heart and lung transplants, so I'm faculty at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania.
Thank you. So, Ms. Cross.
Part-time gig.
That brother's a little modest.
Uh-huh.
We work together professionally. He travels with us all across the country doing grassroots health equity work. And I've never met a cardiothoracic surgeon who just recently got his MBA that comes down and does that grassroots work that really seeks to interact with people. So I appreciate this brother a whole lot. He's very modest, but he's a very powerful brother.
Thank you.
Rwenshaun, when you think about this particular topic, what's your personal connection?
So personally, for me, my fight for my whole self started when my grandfather died in a fire. And it was the events that led up to that fire that started me with anxiety. And so I was at home, asleep in Philadelphia. He lived in New Jersey. And my mother called screaming on the phone saying that her father was in the house and the house was on fire. So that's when mine kind of started. Of course, I didn't know that's what it was when it started. I just started having anxiety attacks like regularly. And it took some time before I actually started fighting for myself because I didn't know what it was. And so traveling over there, seeing all of the events, seeing the house on fire and all of those things, after going to the doctors and all of that because I'm trying to figure out what's going on, they diagnosed me with general anxiety disorder. Such a big, vague diagnosis, and at that time I still didn't know what it was. So I think it was Tiffany, the Dr. Tiffany that was up here that talked about like the church and everything. I understand what she means by that because at that time, just the church that I was going to, they say they frown upon anxiety. Some churches, I'll just say, I'm not banning churches, but they frown upon like having anxiety and things like that because of what the Bible says. So I'm getting like hit with so many scriptures and all of those things. I'm like, hey, I know them forward and backwards. Philippians 4, yeah, I got it. But I'm still having these panic attacks. And so finally, I did see my pastor at the time, and he told me, if you had cancer, would you take medicine? If you had high blood pressure, would you take medicine? So it might be time for you to go seek out something else because it's getting worse. So by the time I actually went to see the doctor, my territory was so small, I could barely make it out my front door. And that was huge for me because I'm a complete extrovert. I know someone over here said they were introvert. I'm a complete extrovert. So an extrovert struggling with anxiety, it just doesn't go. So that's kind of where my journey started with it, and then beginning to see this is what it is. Like the gentleman Larry was saying, accept where you're at that time. Accepting that, yes, I actually have anxiety, and now what am I going to do with it and try to overcome it. So that's where mine started.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And you said something very profound as it relates to, I know this was mentioned on one of the panels earlier, from the church perspective. We can't over-spiritualize everything, right? Too often what I've found over the years, if there's someone that's dealing with a severe mental illness, especially if they're in a psychotic state, experiencing hallucinations and so forth, we automatically want to go to the extreme and say they have a demon. And that's wrong, right? The brain is an organ, like the heart is an organ, like the pancreas is an organ, right? So the brain needs a little something. So thank you for sharing that. But we have to educate ourselves a little bit better in that space. And we also have to realize that in some situations, our pastors can't treat everything. That's why you have clinical professionals. So we need to find the appropriate person to make sure that we're cared for, all right? Allie, I know you shared something in your work. When you think about this fight for wholeness, when you think about your space, what would you say is probably one of the most challenging things you've identified when you see people really struggling to kind of in that space as a leader, maybe people that work with you and for you?
Yeah. You tripped me up with that one. I think one of the things that I noticed the most, which was probably my experience as well as what I work with other organizations is that especially in organizations that are doing social justice type work, or they're trying to improve communities or improve lives, their passion is all about the lives they're trying to touch. And one of the things that I tell folks is that you have to advocate with, not for. Right? And so advocacy is not just about changing conversations, it's about changing culture. And as leaders, we have to get into spaces, or leaders need to get into spaces where they are modeling those behaviors. One of the things that I did this year is I stopped taking meetings, something simple. Stop taking meetings on Fridays. I'm not taking no meetings on Fridays, I'm sorry. It took a minute. I was really afraid to do that, right? I was like, what's gonna happen if the people can't get me on Friday? What's gonna happen if I can't take this appointment on Friday? It is, what's it, July? It's July. The people are okay. The people are okay. And I think when we talk about leadership, so while I work with organizations, leaders are those of you in your families. You are a leader in your family. You are a leader in your community. You might be a leader at work. You might be a leader at church. Leadership comes in many forms. And so I think this goes for everyone, is making sure that they plan time for wellness. It is just as important as everything else.
And to protect that time as well.
Yes.
Because it's one thing to carve out a Friday, but as you know, the requests never stop. There's always work, there's always something to do. And I think we have to be very intentional about carving out the time and protecting that time.
Yep.
All right. Dr. Swain, when you think about your work in innovation and so forth around health disparities, what's a personal connection that you can draw out and share with the audience?
I actually have two. The first, though, I'll preface with the idea of how I love the visibility that we bring around mental health, but so frequently we decouple mental health from physical health, and they're interrelated. Anytime you go to see a medical professional and they take your vitals, et cetera, they should also be taking an assessment of where you are mentally, because we have data and there are disease processes that are very closely tied to your mental health, and they can manifest in big ways in your physical health that sometimes medicine can't help. I'll give you an example. In cardiovascular, there's this syndrome called the broken heart syndrome. You've probably heard of it, and there have been people who died from it. And essentially, the medical term is Takotsubo arteritis. And essentially, it's when a person has the same symptoms of a heart attack: chest pain, right or left arm discomfort. Sometimes they actually have changes on their EKG, but when you take them to the catheterization lab and you shoot their coronaries, there's no sign of disease. And there have been people that have actually died from what we call broken heart syndrome, and it is initiated by strong emotional attachment or grief. And so that's an emotion that oftentimes there's no time frame that you have to get over grief, and there are times where we need the assistance of a mental health professional to give us tools to try to get through those. So I just wanted to use that as an example to say that it's really important for us that as we're focusing on our mental health, that we understand that it's very closely connected to our physical health, and both of them require priority, especially amongst people of color. Now, for myself personally, I always have been sort of one of those delayed gratification folks. I just need to get into medical school and it'll be okay. Let me endure. I just need to go to residency. It'll be okay. I just need to go to fellowship. And I realized that I kept physical health. Even probably about 2 years ago, I remember having a conversation with my mom, and she was like, yeah, my hemoglobin A1C is 6.1. And for those who aren't familiar, hemoglobin A1C is the marker that we use to determine whether or not you are diabetic or pre-diabetic. And so, I got onto her. I was like, well, you need to stop eating bread, stop eating pasta, et cetera. And then just kind of, for chuckles, I went and got my hemoglobin A1C checked, and mine was 6.2. So it was actually even higher than hers. And the standard of care, if you're pre-diabetic, and I'll dispel the myth that a lot of people think pre-diabetes or diabetes is for obese or oversized people, but I was kind of skinny fat, if you will. But the standard of care is to put those patients on medical therapy if diet and exercise doesn't work. And so for me, I had to actually be, intentional around my own personal health. And a lot of that came from analyzing my mental health. I realized that when I was doing surgeries and when I was doing things at Johnson & Johnson, there was a lot of stress involved. And the way in which I was coping with that was eating. And participating in activities that weren't necessarily adding to my physical health. And so then when I became more intentional, and that included getting a trainer to try to learn how to weight lift, being more intentional about my diet. But the other important thing I thought that has been helpful for me was I started doing yoga. And I know for Black people or people of color, yoga hasn't been something that has traditionally been accessible to us. And now you look on every corner, there's somebody being deep and meditating and doing yoga. And so it's kind of interesting, because I remember like 2 years ago, I was looking for a yoga class that looked like me, and it was hard to find one, and now there are 10. And so, and it's interesting, there's physiology around yoga, and I think one of the things that I found to be valuable is just inform ourselves with education, because for so long, one, I thought yoga was for girls, but I also thought that it was a religion. But understanding that there are religious practices surrounding yoga, but there's also just the ideology around meditation, and that there is science and data to support that if you do yoga at least 2 to 3 times a week, 30 minutes a session, that it can lower your cortisol level. Now that's where it resonated with me, because I'm a scientist at heart, and so the cortisol is an actual naturally occurring chemical in our body that is elevated in stressor events. We normally have to have cortisol anyway, but if you have too high levels, it can trigger depression. It can also trigger insulin resistance, and which ultimately leads to diabetes. And so those are clear examples where science is interconnected with our mental health. So if you're walking around mad and with an attitude all the time, you're gonna have high cortisol levels. As that level continues, you're gonna have challenges being able to metabolize sugar. And when you do that, you begin to develop this belt-like band of fat around your waist. And so, that is what was happening to me, but over time I was able to modulate my diet, do the exercise, and actually engage in yoga. Last thing I'll say, I was in a church one day giving the kind of similar talk, and I, talked to them about yoga and mindfulness. And guy came up to me and was like, if you're a Christian, how can you be doing yoga? And so that was like a really big reckoning for me, but it was an opportunity for me to provide education to him, to, explain the physiology behind it, and to, even go through some poses with him, and to, talk about how the power of meditation. I know the brother here was talking about, chronic back pain and neck pain that you have. It may not solve it, but it'll certainly help you get to a point where you may be able to lower the medications that you have. And so the final point I'd say is that, there are a bunch of different natural ways to do things, and I'm not one to support, give drugs, but I think, as someone mentioned before, using the blended approach where you not only take the medical therapy, particularly if you need, something for your diabetes or for your heart condition or for your mental health, take those medications, but also I think you can have a blended approach where you utilize natural options as well, and together they can help. And I think that's critically important for the mental health space.
And Dr. Jabbar, as you know, within several underserved communities where individuals are dealing with trauma. You just shared some trauma. We're dealing with grief. We have certain illnesses. There's a lot of mistrust within our communities. And you talked about that connection between physical health and mental health. But for a person that's been traumatized, for a person that's been marginalized, for a person that may be dealing with social determinants of health, housing issues, access issues, why is that connection important to them? And can you explain why it's important for them to be intentional about looking at all of those areas and caring for self? Because when you're trying to kind of filter through all of that, that can be very daunting.
No, it is, and I'll start first by saying the accountability of caring for yourself is not just for you, but it's also the provider. There is a term for, and I was surprised it hasn't come up yet, where it describes the kind of mental challenge that people of color tend to have in systemic racially charged societies like America, called weathering. And it's the day-to-day kind of deterioration of your wellness or your being itself because of, the microaggressions, or in many cases, the macroaggressions that we have to encounter when we go into the workplace. And so, when I say hold the provider accountable, I remember, for instance, there was a patient, I was like, take these medications, but I need you to get outside more because her vitamin D was low and she needed to have more sun so she could make more vitamin D. But not knowing that she lived in a very dangerous part of North Philadelphia, and so it wasn't safe for her to sit outside on her porch. And so those are things that as a provider, I wasn't conscious of, and I'm making all these recommendations, and she's coming back and her vitamin D level is still low. And I'm trying to figure out, well, are you going outside? Are you doing what I'm asking you to do? But not realizing that, one, she's traumatized because of her housing insecurity and the challenges of safety around her house, and that's something as a provider that I could have done a better job at, being informed around and maybe giving different alternatives. And then as the patient, she had to take on the onus on herself. Maybe she can't sit on her porch, but she goes to the, I forget what they call it, it's like a seniors facility every day. And so, she could, take it upon herself to try to make laps around the senior building in a place that was safe. So it's a bi-directional relationship when you're with your provider or versus the patient, but ultimately it's our health, and we have to hold ourselves accountable, not only for our physical health, but certainly most importantly for our mental health, because it's the mental health piece that is the one piece that can be hidden from anywhere. You can go to the doctor and you can get your vitals checked and they'll be normal, but up here is not normal. And so certainly I think someone mentioned about having a really authentic conversation with yourself and checking in with yourself to be sure that we're being honest and we're keeping track of the mental aspects of our health.
Absolutely. And especially when we've been in situations where the systemic mistrust and the trauma can paralyze us, right? It can literally create paralysis where, to Dr. Jabbar's point, you can be at the doctor's office. The doctor is asking you all the right questions, but you refuse to say anything. And you have to ask yourself, why? What is preventing me from making that connection within this moment? So you have to be intentional about getting the help, but you have to also be intentional about receiving the help. Allie, thank you for sharing, Dr. Swain. Allie, you work with leaders, you empower leaders. But one thing I've learned with leaders is sometimes leaders give, and they don't even take care of themselves. So when you think about the struggle that leaders have in trying to find balance, but also trying to advocate with others, what are some things that you have done to try to make sure that they're taking that whole self or holistic approach?
Yeah. One of the things that me and the folks I work with that we do currently is we create a wellness retreat for Black leaders. And we do that by focusing on a variety of wellness pillars, which include mental, physical, financial, communal, spiritual. Right, when all of those things, you're trying to balance, and not even balance. There needs to be harmony with all of those things in order for you to feel complete wellness. I think that, and it's one of the things that I absolutely love to do. But I got to this place because as a leader coming up through my career, I experienced so much trauma in my life that every year there was something going on. And I was still going to work every day. I was still working 40 and 50 and 60 hours a week trying to get it done because the people needed me. The babies needed me. The kids need these things. The families need these things. I was experiencing grief and trauma. I mean, even just one little thing. Somebody tried to kidnap me. I'm from Philly. I'm the victim of an attempted kidnapping. I went to work the next day. Right? Like, I went to work. It wasn't about me, right? And I think that's one of the things that we do as leaders is we start to disconnect our own experiences from the experiences of the people that we are serving. When in actuality, what we need to be doing is modeling the behaviors that we expect in a culture that we are in charge of, wherever that space is, whether it's at church, at home, at your office, or whatever. Modeling, what does modeling look like? Modeling looks like normalizing taking a mental health day. You can't be like, oh, if you're at work and you are in charge of a group of people, or you're responsible, not in charge. If you are responsible for a group of people, and you say, y'all should take a mental health day, but you don't never take no mental health day. I'll be here, I'll get the phones, I'll do the thing. Y'all go ahead now. Right? We are trying to change culture. Normalize taking moments throughout the day to just decompress. Normalize, Duane said it earlier. There's a space. You need a minute. Y'all see me up here, I got a fidget spinner. I love fidget spinners. I am fidgeting all the time because my brain does not stop. I might be quiet, but my brain is. So these help. When you come to a meeting, bring fidgets, bring manipulatives. Right? When you're in spaces, talk about things that have to do with financial wellness. Right? Talk about insurance. Talk about wills. Like, talk about those things because we need to normalize them, because I think, to the point you made, Duane, sometimes we are, and our communities are, impacted by certain essential needs that they have, which make it almost impossible to focus on all the things at the same time. What I found I needed to do was prioritize my wellness. I couldn't do all of them at the same time, so I'm not implying that we do that. I had to fix my mental first. My mental came first. My husband was in active addiction. I'm a victim of attempted suicide. Like, I was going to work, but I had to prioritize my mental health so that I could work on the other pillars of wellness that were important to my life.
And Allie, to that point, when you think about leaders and you think about yourself, why do we neglect ourselves? Is it sometimes that we think that if I don't stop, the world won't continue without me? So do we put too much confidence in ourselves? Because often leaders do it all the time. We'll just go nonstop. And what I found with myself, sometimes it can be a sort of masking as well. Because if I continue to move and do the work, I don't have to address my insecurities or my deficiencies. And I think that's a huge issue, right? We mask leader, being up front, being out front. But I'm crumbling, right? And I've had moments where I felt like I was breaking. And I'm asking but I'm still taking care of everybody else. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah. I mean, I think that there are a variety of different factors. Is absolutely this masking that happens because we don't want to tend to our own needs, right? There's absolutely that. There's also, I work with a lot of nonprofits in Philly. There's also this deep compassion for our community, right? That may not be necessarily masking. It could also be some people have some other disorders or some other diagnosis that that helps them think in different types of ways, and so they function that way, right? And so they may have an anxiety disorder, and so they are just working because I need to hurry up and get this done because if this don't happen, right? So it might be fear induced. I think it's a lot of different ways, but I see a lot of leaders who are really just so committed to, especially in Philly, right, to this community. And they might not necessarily be masking anything, they're just so passionate, right? But there is there's this harmony, right? And I think that's one of the things that's important to our wellness is this understanding self, knowing what your triggers are, and being able to identify them so that you can stop them before or get help before you're in crisis.
The other thing to add to that piece, as you were speaking, sometimes you can be so consumed, you're not even aware of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it takes the responsibility of those who are walking alongside you to say, look, you look stressed because you're snapping on everybody.
Yeah.
You don't look well. So as an advocate, you have to take on the responsibility for being your brother's or your sister's keeper, to see if you can get them to sit down for a moment, to have a conversation. Don't just watch them burn themselves out, and then they come back and say, why didn't anybody speak? And you've been knowing it for like 5 years, but you've not said one word, so we definitely have to address that.
I ask that all of the leaders that I work with find wellness accountability partners. Somebody that you can listen to unequivocally, you can take whatever they say, good or bad, and you can hear them because of that thing. Because a lot of times we just don't see what's right in front of us. And having somebody that you can trust is important. that you could trust to be like, girl, I ain't, you cute and all, but you look tired. Right? And be able to receive that without your feelings being hurt or without you being defensive. You know what I mean? And be like, dang, girl, do I? And I think the other thing I'll say quickly is that a lot of times, when I think about the spiritual connection, a lot of times, I say this a lot, that we practice this notion of trying to be still. People be like, it's just, you just need to be still. I have a thing about that. Because I believe that what that means is for us to be still in our spirit, not necessarily still in our bodies. And so my stillness might be roller skating. It's an adult skate on Fridays from 10 to 1. I'm going to the skating rink. I ain't taking no meetings. I'm going to the skating rink. I'm going to do the things that bring me joy, because that gives me stillness in my spirit.
Thank you. Thank you. Rashay, you shared earlier, you articulated the narrative of the fire. And that's very real and tangible to you. And when you think about a traumatic experience, it can create anxiety when just telling the story, right? You can see shifts. So from your experience, have you created boundaries to sort of insulate yourself? And could you please share with the audience why those boundaries are very important?
So one of the things that I have done is exactly what you said, created boundaries. And I protect my mental health by all means necessary. And it even goes into my family, which is the hardest. And so one of the stories that I share is with my brother. When my brother passed, he was actually blocked on my phone. And that was hard. But he was very toxic. And we couldn't even have conversations without him being that toxic. And I used to beg him. I used to say, can we talk about something else? But he suffered with bipolar, schizophrenia, my other sister, paranoia, bipolar, like everything. But I'm the only one who went to get help for their mental health. So it's hard standing in that place with your family, including my mother, who all have those mental health issues, and you're trying to tell them, and the only thing they're saying to you is, you're not a doctor, you don't know what you're saying. So I'm like, okay, so I have to protect my mental health then. And so I've set boundaries, and I don't allow people to stay in my life that will take me back to where I was at, because that was 15 years ago, and I'm not going back. And it took a lot of work to get here. And so for me, even like I resonate with Larry, this is my first time telling my story publicly, so I salute you. You 1 year, 3 years in, yes, because mine was 15 years ago. I share a lot about it individually because I left the embarrassment part, because at first, of course, you're embarrassed by it. And for me, like I said, I was so outgoing. And so to now not be able to, back then, not to do all the things that I wanted to do, I did shell in. And like I said, my circle was small, not even making it to the front door. So now that I've created all of these boundaries, and I'm open about the boundaries. I'll even say to people, hey, you're affecting my mental health. You gotta go. Like, I'm very open about the boundaries. And learning triggers, I tell people, learn your triggers. So for me, once I began to learn my triggers, one small, like even the doctor here probably knows, one small thing is mine was not eating. So when I didn't eat, my sugar would drop. Naturally, when your sugar drops, people naturally get anxious, but mine were turning into full-blown panic and anxiety attacks. So I used to walk around, my friends used to laugh, you got your food, you got a snack with you, because nobody wants you, you trying to go places, people don't want you to have those attacks. But for me, I keep people around me that support the journey, and the boundaries that I create, they're like not crossable. Yeah, they're not crossable.
And the one thing I like that you said is you don't discriminate.
Nope.
Family can be cut off, other members as well. You just need to realize who's toxic in your life and set the proper boundaries. So before we conclude, I want to ask one last question. If you can, when you think about advice, I think we all need advice at times because of our perspectives, right? I'm trying to figure out a path forward. So, Rwenshaun, when you think about one action item that someone could take today to create healthy boundaries and to take control of their mental health, what would that be?
Self-care.
Self-care.
That was huge for me. I do so much self-care now. Before, at the beginning of my journey, I was the sticky person, the Post-its all around with affirmations on them. I used to read them every morning before I would start my day and then go out. I had stickies in the car, like everywhere, just affirmations. And then it progressed into like now I get reflexology all the time. I do massages. I go to the sweat house where you can go in the sauna and then get in the cold plunge.
Sweat house.
So like, yes.
I ain't never heard of sweat house.
Yes. So
Sounds pretty interesting.
You get your own personal suite,
Okay.
and you go into the sauna, and then you do the cold plunge, and then it's a vitamin C shower. So like, I'm huge on self-care. Like you said with the skating, I'm karaoke. I'm there singing karaoke almost every Wednesday. So for me, it's just huge on self-care. Like you have to purpose to do it, even when you don't feel like it. Absolutely. You have to do it.
Absolutely. Allie, when you think about leaders, how can leaders begin to integrate wellness into their work while still serving others? What is one additional action step that you could think maybe share that you've already not shared that they could kind of take it today and implement it?
Yeah, I think understanding and embracing the notion that wellness is not a luxury. It is a leadership component, is a quality of leadership. It's not something that we do when we got a little extra, right? It should be something that's embedded throughout your day, throughout your minutes, no matter where you are. I think it's for everybody, not just, in any leadership capacity, but taking moments every single day. Plan that time out, stick to it with your boundaries. Note that self-care may not always be physical, right? Taking some time to decompress, get you a fidget spinner. Just little teeny things, but wellness is not a luxury.
And just because you're a leader doesn't mean you're well.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you can think you're well.
Yeah.
Dr. Swain, when you think about advancing health equity, addressing some of those gaps, what is some advice as how we think and look at, again, that connection, mental, physical health, healthcare in general? What is some advice as it relates to our perspectives, how we should be viewing things, and what is a tangible step that we can take to advance taking better care of ourselves and our families?
I think the best way to kind of morph or change our perspective is to find new vocabulary. And I think with the comment about self-care is really important. The best investment you can make is an investment in yourself. And so you hear people talking about, stock, NVIDIA and Apple, and those are great. But if you can amass all of that wealth, but if you're not well, then the wealth means nothing. And then the other piece, when you think about the perspective, we hear the term work-life balance, but that's impossible. It's a farce. Don't believe it. It's just a bunch of lies.
Bunch of bull. Okay, I'm gonna be nice. Sorry.
And so,
I'm gonna be nice to my brother.
But something that I think what is achievable is maybe work-life integration. And sometimes it's hard for many of us to do it because we have a set time schedule that we have to be at work, a set time schedule that we're off, or we may be on a fixed income, and so there's no opportunity to integrate anything else. But there is a fraction of society that is living longer and having a better life because they figured it out. Now, I won't relegate it to race, but it is usually those who have means. But that doesn't mean that the rest of us can't practice that ideology, but it starts with having the right vocabulary and realizing that you don't have to balance everything. It's okay to take a break, but when you take 5 mental health days, then we might need to reassess, maybe we need to do a different job. Maybe there's something else that needs to change. So really understanding the importance that we're all human, but we don't have to balance. What we can do a better job, though, is integrate and be able to bring more things, into our lives that give us joy and program them. When I look at my calendar, yes, I program all my meetings, but I also make sure I put my beard trim on there. I make sure that I have, my Kappa meeting on there.
Did you say a beard trim?
Yes, I missed it this week.
He said he put the beard trim on the calendar.
But just as you
Supposed to.
prioritize your
Okay.
work meetings, you should prioritize that massage and that spa, and it needs to go on your work calendar. And so, if something comes up, you're like, well, no, I can't meet with you at 2, but after my appointment, I can meet with you. And these are ways that I think little things that we can do to start bringing that, because it's going to be ultimately up to us.
Yeah.
Thank
Can I add
you.
one little thing, Duane?
Yeah.
I think to elaborate around this work-life balance, because I hate that. Right? And my encouragement to you is that you think about it in terms of harmony. Some days require more relaxation and some days require more rigor. A lot of times when people think about balance, they try to allocate the same amount of time for everything. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go to the gym on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5, and I'm gonna do this, and this. It's not natural. Our life experiences don't flow like that. You ever wake up and you on your way to work or wherever you going and you like, I got 15 minutes, I'm gonna be there in 15 minutes. You get outside, what? It's a traffic jam, something happens. Switch that thinking from balance to harmony. What do you need more of today? And think about it that way.
That's good. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. We're about to conclude. We're not going to have questions right now because we want to make sure we keep things going, but we've heard a lot. We've learned about the sweat box, so you want to make sure you find something that you can lean into, but find something that works for you. I'm a runner, so I run regularly. I exercise. If it's the sweat box, if it's yoga, creating boundaries, whatever works for you, make sure that you're very intentional to carve out time to take care of yourself. If you don't know what you enjoy, be exploratory. Go back to being a child. Take some risks. Just go check it out. Sit in the room. But do something to take care of yourself, and also take some of the things that were shared today, implement or integrate them in your life, but share the information with someone else so they can take care of themselves as well. But thank you.
Welcome to the stage, the moderator for Peace is Power, Spiritual Tools for Mental Health Advocacy, Monica Yvonne.
Well, hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Hasn't it been great? Hasn't the nuggets been dropped? The wisdom been shared? Do you feel as if you can be advocates for yourself? And with advocacy comes peace. We ended our last session talking about self-care. And one of the things of self-care is about finding that peace, not just providing peace and helping others to get to peace, but also peace for yourself. And so I'd like to welcome everyone here to this session of Peace is Power, Spiritual Tools for Mental Health Advocacy. And so however you define spirituality, whether through faith, mindfulness, gratitude, or grounding practices, it can all be powerful tools in mental health advocacy. And in this conversation, you're going to hear personal insights, tools for healing, and how peace anchors advocacy. And so I would like to welcome to the stage our panelists. We have Rwenshaun Miller. You already heard him. He was our powerful keynote speaker. He is a mental health change agent. Come on, Rwenshaun. I'd like to welcome to the stage Danielle Young. She is a licensed clinical behavioral therapist, also with lived experience in mental health advocacy. And Thomas Simmons, who is a senior human resources management consultant and is very passionate about mental health advocacy and helping others. Welcome to the stage. Now, for everyone here, I just said it's been kind of heavy in the room, don't you think? Because the wisdom has come. And so I want to start off by everyone just repeating after me. Repeat after me. I give myself permission to breathe. I give myself permission to breathe. One more time, touch yourself, hands on your chest or on your forehead or your stomach, whatever is the space on your body that you feel the most connected to self. And say, I give myself permission to breathe. And right now, we're going to inhale and exhale. Take a deep breath. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Shalom. That's peace and amen. Let it be so. Now, don't you just feel it's a little better? We're here talking about peace. So now that we're talking about peace, do you feel at peace just a little bit more? Do you feel at peace, more at peace than when you woke up this morning and walked in these doors this morning? Do you feel even more at peace now that you had some refreshments and some food in your belly? And of course, to our virtual audience, I hope that you feel at peace no matter where it is that you're sitting or wherever you're joining us virtually. So let's start with foundation. And to our panelists, and even as you can give a further introduction to yourself, can you share how your faith or spiritual grounding has helped you through mental health challenge or shaped your support of it? And this is for all our panelists. Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
We're starting down here, okay. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure being here with you, Monica and Danielle and Rwenshaun. I've been on this journey of life for 81 years.
Yes.
And I am very seriously still working hard daily on having a sound mind. There have been a lot of mentionings about masks. And back in the day when I was growing up in a black neighborhood in Washington, D.C., we didn't refer to it as masks, we called it fronting. I was good at the front. I went a long way in a lot of places fronting. Looking good, looking like I had it together, looking confident, and very fearful inside. But I went a long way fronting. I went a long way in college playing ball and in the Army and in corporate America. But I always got to a point where, I knew something wasn't right. Couldn't explain it, couldn't articulate it, but I knew something wasn't right. But I looked good, and I sounded good, and I could make it look like I understood what I was doing. And it also helped me to understand that, hey, I don't know what's going on with me. And I realized that there were other young black men and adult black men who came from similar neighborhoods, were walking around looking good and being fearful like I was. But what has helped me and had me looking forward to this panel was when I was a young boy spending summers with my maternal grandmother in Tampa, Florida. She planted a seed when I was very young that is still with me today as I'm still trying to find my sound mind, because she took me to church. And when she took me to church, she planted seeds that are still blossoming within me today. And so what helps me with my faith when I need help is that front didn't understand what he was fronting for, and that front didn't understand enough to even reach out for help. But faith over time gave me a safe place to go in fearful and to try to understand. And I'm still feeling it today. I feel the emotions now as I'm speaking to you. And I made a promise that I was going to be real transparent today, because I hope that being transparent will help someone in the room or online to be a little better. Rwenshaun, I love you, young brothers. I listen to you. I wish I had someone like you beside me when I was there. But as I think about what I hold on to in faith, that quiet place I can go to, it has been the Holy Trinity. The Holy Trinity is serious with me. That's God the Father and God the Son, Jesus Christ, and God the Holy Spirit. And another name for Jesus Christ is the Prince of Peace. And that role that was played by Jesus Christ and still is signifies his impact as true peace. And his sacrifice on the cross still serves as the ultimate offering of peace and the resolution of our broken humanity in our relationship with God. So peace, although powerful, is not necessarily easily accessed, but it is the pathway, one of the pathways to, until I heard you, my brother, I was going to say a balanced life, but I'm now going to say an integrated life. An integrated life. And so that's the part that my spirituality plays for me, Monica. It gives me that safe place to go and find the peace that passes all understanding.
Yes. I wanted to kind of give a stand up or wave my hands and say hallelujah and then do a little shout. But I'm thankful for just some of the words that you've said so far. I am a PK. So there is a picture of me in my mother's womb on the front pew at a service. So I was in church before I was in church. I want to give an acknowledgement that this particular panel for me signifies the blending or the integration of being a mental health advocate, understanding, going to school, getting the certifications, and have a deep-seated faith in what I grew up in, literally on the front pew. And I'll say that when we talk about our faith being tested, my faith has always been there because of the way that I was raised, but it's the depth of my faith that has been tested when it comes to mental health and when it comes to my own challenges. So I want to give you a picture really quickly. When you look at a pool, the shallow end of the pool and the deep end of the pool look the same. It's when you're in the shallow end that everything is okay. You can move around freely without major issue. But as you venture out in life, applying the pool analogy to life, it gets a little bit deeper. And that's the depth of your faith that can be tested. So I like the idea also of being transparent, because I can come up here and give you all the clinical knowledge and terminology. But in the past 2 years, just being transparent, the depth of my faith has been tested. In the past 2 years, my mother had a total of 4 strokes. In the past 2 years, my car was stolen and set on fire. In the past 2 years, someone broke into my new car and stole my laptop and stole all these things that had my social security number on it, my mother's information, and all these things. I'm like, okay, Lord, but you're still with me. It's the depth of my faith that is tested. And so when I then think about, has anybody ever seen the Instagram post where it's a figure of Jesus? And I'm from the Christian faith. I understand too that there may be others here that are from different faiths. But there has to be a figure within your faith that represents compassion, that represents humility, that represents being able to see beyond what you can see. So there's this image of Jesus holding this teddy bear behind his back. And the little baby's like, but I want this one, I want what I have. And you don't know that there might be something better beyond that testing of your faith in the depth of that pool of life that you may be in. And so from that pew in the womb, hearing the word, and understand too that when God breathed, he breathed into the atmosphere. and he breathed into us. And so we also have the breath of God that breathes into us. So when he breathes onto me, I know that, okay, I can go just a little bit deeper as long as I have that faith that you spoke about to go into the depths of life, just a little bit more with a little bit added faith. So that's all I'm gonna say for now.
Y'all heard from me. Okay. Y'all heard from me earlier as far as my journey. I think the last part of your question was about how, spirituality and faith shaped your view on mental health, right? I'm gonna go on the opposite end of that. As far as I was born in the South, raised in the church, but honestly, religion and spirituality shaped my view of mental health in a negative way at first, because it was you just pray about it, and whenever obstacles you are dealing with, either you're dealing with these obstacles because you're not praying hard enough, or your faith is not as strong as it needs to be. So that's how it shaped me initially. And honestly, that was really based off of I'm going to church, even as a child, going to church and engaging in services based off of what they're telling me I should do, instead of me finding my own journey and knowing, my own spirituality, my own practices, and understanding how that relates to me, and also reading for myself. So as I matriculated through my journey, I had to understand, and not only Duane said earlier, understanding what things that you like and all of those things you got to explore. Honestly, you got to explore other stuff too. And so being able to take certain things from other, maybe it's religions and all of those things, and understanding what peace looks like, understanding what self-compassion looks like in so many different ways. And I gained a lot of that stuff. And I've had the beauty of being able to travel the world to understand culture from different lenses. That's right. And so being able to take whatever I needed from those and then learn how I need to add it to my own journey.
Right. Yes. What we're hearing in the advocacy is that peace is personal. And no matter where your faith journey is, whether you are Christian or you have a different faith or a different way in your spiritual walk and spirituality, we know that your spiritual walk is one personal. And so they can talk about, most of the panel, they have gone to church, and you check the box. But going and having personal relationship and knowing for yourself is not the same thing. And so you can get exhausted performing. You can literally get exhausted performing, or thinking that you have to perform for a God to feel worthy of the love, or to have to show up and you did for people but still somehow skipped over yourself, and now you think that God or the deity that you may call God, because we have different faiths here, somehow doesn't like you or doesn't love you, or that it is only in deed and in work that somehow is going to get you out of that. So like Rwenshaun said, you didn't have enough faith, or you're not praying hard enough. But did you really do it for yourself? And that leads into the next question, that when you come out of performance-based driving religion, not faith, but religion, that's leading you to a place of exhaustion, where in your personal experiences and even in your professional experience, have you felt the peace that you needed was met with resistance? Was peace ever your enemy?
So I want to thank Rwenshaun for that perspective as well. Again, PK. So when Monica talks about performance, I don't know how many PKs are in here, or people who grew up in church on the front pew, Monday night prayer service, Tuesday night Bible study, Saturday school for the kids, Sunday school. It can become performative. And it can become, I'm doing what mama and daddy, grandma and granny, the bishop, the pastor, the evangelist wants me to do, and so I'll perform for that. And it gets you further and further away from faith. I'll say faith, because again, there may be different practices here. And I want to acknowledge that too, because I feel that in every type of religious or holistic practice, there are certain pillars that honor you, that honor your wellness, humility, compassion, caring for yourself. It's the self-care. But the resistance came for me when I realized I'm worshiping and I'm performing to satisfy my Father, not Heavenly Father, my actual Father, my uncles, the bishops, the pastors, and to satisfy the women of the church. And I want to say this too, I reverence the church. I mean, that's the way I grew up. But it wasn't until I discovered, you know, Mom and Daddy are not going to get me into heaven. They're not. I have to honor the place where my mom and dad brought me to and then discover where God wants me to go. And so that's where the resistance, and people can see that, oh, you're doing this a little bit different. Oh, you don't want to come to our Tuesday night Bible study, Thursday night prayer service, Friday night worship service, Saturday school, and Sunday.
Come on.
I have to then step out on that journey of faith for myself. And that particular resistance, which would seem like resistance, if we're talking about leveling up and we're talking about self-care and we're talking about spiritual care, there is a certain time where you can only care for yourself, and that relationship with you and God or whomever the higher power may be has to grow and then go.
That's right.
The peace resistance for me, I've been dealing with all my life. I have lived, honestly, probably at least 95% of my life trying to please others. I'm sure that started in the home as a young boy trying to please mommy and daddy and others, but that's always been my barometer in terms of whether or not Tommy, as my family and friends call me, Tommy Simmons, was doing right, was based upon what I would see as a reflection of my behavior, my words, my actions, in what was coming back from others. And I realized over time that something was wrong because I was doing everything I could to please others, and they were pleased sometimes they weren't. And that became the barometer that determined whether or not I was happy or sad. Something wasn't right. And then over time, I realized that the one person that I was not taking care of was myself. Nobody has ever in life been as hard on Tommy Simmons as Tommy Simmons has been on himself. One time I was walking through a bookstore and I saw an intriguing title on a paperback book that was The Art of Selfishness. I said, what a strange title. All I've been taught was to be unselfish. And I read that book, and it was a book written by a couple who were both pastors. And as I got into the book, I understood what they meant. They meant there are times in our lives, if we are to go along this journey and be happy and self-care and be fulfilled, we have to be positively selfish about taking care of ourselves. Because if we're not okay, we can't help anybody else be okay. So that's what it was for me. I found that resistance that wasn't providing the peace that I expected, because I was doing all the right things for everybody else, but I wasn't doing the right things for me. And when I found out how to begin to overcome that resistance, I began to see also where God wanted me to go, to that place where there's peace that passes all understanding.
The resistance. I think the resistance for me came early on in life, well, probably when I was in like high school. And the resistance started from me, honestly, because I used to be in the church all the time, usher, choir, and all that stuff. And one day I was ushering, and I made a mistake. And the oldest lady in the church said, "That's why kids don't need to be doing something in the church anyway." And that thing rubbed me the wrong way. And when she said that, I told my grandma. My grandma went up there and cussed the woman out and all this other stuff. In church. But then even from that day on, I told my mom and my grandma, I said, "I'm not going back to church." And they were so angry with me that I said I wouldn't go back to church, but I stood on 10 toes down that I was not going back to that church, because I'm like, y'all supposed to be in here developing community and all this stuff, but y'all out here spreading around hurt. And so that resistance for me led to me being open to just exploring other things. Granted, I still found what I needed to find. You know, my faith in God and all that hasn't wavered. It's more so the fact of I still needed to learn it for myself. And then being able to develop it from there.
Yes. We're talking about how peace is powerful through the lens of advocacy. But please notice, before you could advocate for anyone else, the first advocate you have to be is to yourself. No one can walk it for you. As we're here and we're talking about community, but it's sometimes in finding peace, it means that you had to step away from the community that was disrupting the peace to find it for yourself, to then be a solution to that same community that caused the issue. And so in this, it's about how you're taking care of yourself, but advocating for yourself and believing in your voice, but growing that voice and knowing that the process and the growing of your voice is the power, because you did the personal work. You cannot skip steps. And because you cannot skip steps, we're going to talk about the tools that we use in everyday life that keeps us mentally grounded, keeps us spiritually grounded. So can you share with us the tools? What do you do? Not what you tell others to do, but what do you do? You know, Danielle is a licensed professional. Rwenshaun, you're on the road. You're talking to other young Black boys and men. And, you know, and I say, Mr. Tommy, I'm not just going to call you Tommy. You have 81 years of wisdom of life. What are you doing today that's keeping you in a position where you can stay so passionate about yourself and others when it comes to peace and power? What are you doing?
You know, one of the first things that I'm learning to do, and I'm focusing on, from a spiritual perspective, asking God to guide me to fulfill my purpose. And I have felt for many years that my purpose is focused on love. And so one of the things I'm trying to do better is love Tommy, okay? Of all the hit songs that Michael Jackson wrote and performed, my favorite one is Man in the Mirror. And I'm trying to deal with the man in the mirror. I'm trying to understand him better, not just love him, but understand why he's worthy of being loved. Okay? And so that's where I start. And then and as I try to do that, then I need to be, if I love him, I got to do some things to make sure I'm taking care of him. So I love all the heat after working out in the cold plunge. I love that. I love that with the ice on top and everything. Working out, you know, does wonders for me. I love that. I love reading. And I've never, I have to also make sure that my reading is peaceful reading, because usually when I'm reading for a purpose. I'm trying to make myself better, and I'm trying to get through things, trying to study, but I'm reading. I like to read. I like to read and grow in reading. I like to listen to music. You know, there are certain powerful speakers, preachers and eloquent speakers whom I like to sit down and listen to messages that they've delivered on YouTube. Okay, I do that. I try to be still, as we heard earlier, and I pray. I pray. And one of the things I've learned about praying, let me tell you, throughout my prayer life, there have been times that I'd be on my knees for about an hour trying to explain all the details to God, when I realized that God knew it before I said anything, so I needed to listen more than I talk. So I pray, but I listen more than I talk now. So, and one last thing. I have found, as a very private person who wouldn't talk much, that it has become helpful for me to talk. But you got to be careful about who you talk to. I only talk to very special people, and that, I mean, very few. I mean, like maybe 2 or 3. And you have to make sure it's someone that you really can trust, someone that you share love with. But I find that sometimes, no matter how strong we may feel that we all sometimes need to reach out, and that's something I'm learning to do more. I'm trying to be transparent in my family. I've been being so transparent with my daughters that sometimes they tell me I'm being too transparent, you know, and they also tell me I'm being too hard on their daddy. Those are some tools that work for me.
I wanted to really go back for a moment to what Rwenshaun said, because I'm thinking about that little boy that was at the door, that was doing a service, and one of the elder women said something against the service. And before I talk about the tools that I use, as a PK, seeing it from in front of the stage and from behind the scenes to the usher board, the deaconess, I want to encourage those who are leaders in faith-based spaces, because we're also talking about mental health as well, and your spiritual health. Leaders may be of the older school. Be considerate of the soul that you have in your hand. Yes. Be considerate of the least to the greatest of duties that is assigned to someone, or might be their calling that's being pruned and budded, and if they make a mistake, it's just a mistake. Teach them how. And maybe that will bloom and blossom from the seed that was planted. Somebody talked about seeds earlier in the conference, from the seeds that are planted to then being able to flourish and being able to use it, not only in the church community, but in faith communities, but in the community just outright. Now, when it comes to tools, I have a 3-tier. I think you talked about 3 tiers. Three tiers. When it comes to faith tools and spiritual tools, for myself, I learned a term a long time ago about your heart scripture or your heart song. And for me, I do have a heart scripture that's sacred to me, that when I hear it, that when it comes across the radio or the YouTube motivationals, or when it pops in my mind, it causes a certain awe that I have for being here in the moment. And it causes sometimes tears, it causes sometimes celebration. And then also, number 2, within the faith space, once you feel a moment of gratitude, if you're walking in your house, oh, thank you. I thank you for the day. Thank you for the blessing. Say it out loud. Speak life into what you want to come, and speak power into those things that exist already in whatever way, shape, or form you need to. And then also the motivations, the YouTubes. I mean, we're in a technological age, so you can just say, hey, I'm feeling doubt. Give me something that cheers me up. And you can look for it, and then that feeds you. That's a tool. For a personal, individual tool outside of spiritual work, we heard about self-care. It's not just the manis and petties, because ladies, you know we love manis and petties and spas and hair and all those things, but it's also your medical and your physical care.
That's right.
Take care of yourself. And then lastly, community. Find your tribe, find your group, find your people. And I also do want to acknowledge on the other side of things, I am so proud of those faith-based communities that encourage and have workshops when it comes to mental health, when it comes to medical needs, when it comes to even their own children, because listen, mental health doesn't just stop at the church door. Right. Mental health doesn't have a face or a name. It can infect and impact anyone, even those in the church. But I'm so excited to be able to, even to just a few months ago at Chestnut Hill, we were here in Pennsylvania, and we were able to bring a mental health conference to a very, I don't know how old the church was, but when I tell you the older generation, the elder statesmen within the faith-based communities came and they spoke. And so those are some certain tools that I personally use for my faith, for my individual health, and then for the community.
I know it was mentioned earlier, on my shirt it says, be who you needed when you were younger, right? This is a motto that I live by. So I think about what younger Rwenshaun needed. And one of the things that I implement into my own personal care plan is, when I was younger, I used to want to design sneakers. But my parents were of the age like, no, you go get a job. That's not a job, right? And so now one of the things is art. Coloring. That's something that I do on a daily basis to make sure that I have that time for myself. You know what I'm saying? Someone mentioned earlier that, being still is not actually being physically still, but it's your soul still. So when I'm coloring, I can zone out for hours. And it makes me feel like I'm a kid again. And a lot of times we we've rushed to be adults, and the junk is overrated, to be honest with you. So coloring is one of my things. Journaling. I keep my journal with me everywhere I go. It's over there. I write down everything that goes on in my life. It's like doing research on myself. So that way I know my triggers, I know my protective factors, I know all of these things. Even when I'm talking to people, I write down how I feel before I talk to them. I write down how I feel after I talk to them. That's good. Monica, if I'm talking to you 7 days out of the week and 5 out of those 7 days I'm pissed off, we will have to start trailing some of that stuff out, right? So like being able to do that for yourself. Also, music is one of my major things. Yes. I had to learn that I can't. I'm of the gangster rap. Late '90s, early '90s. Late the '90s, late '80s. That was me, right? Rap. I cannot listen to rap before 12 a.m. It's gonna have me on a whole other level, right? So I'm listening to gospel music, or I'm listening to jazz. I'm setting my own tone for my own energy, right? And so speaking of energy, I got into understanding what Reiki is about. I became a Reiki master, so understanding my own energy and my chakras and all of those things, understanding all of these things, they align, yo. Like, so being able to take care of myself in so many different ways and understanding my body.
Yes, you can give a round of applause. In this conversation, you can see that peace is directly connected to love. And in advocacy, your love is connected to yourself. And then after that, it's connected to community. Your community being your family members, and then those who extend to your neighborhood or anything else that you call community, specifically safe community. Also, one of the topics or nuggets that was shared is that self-care equals self-confrontation. You have to be able to confront yourself, but how you confront yourself. Are you gentle with yourself? Are you peaceful with yourself? Just like how we did in the beginning, where you laid hands on yourself and spoke to yourself and gave yourself permission to breathe. Are you peaceful with you? Are you peaceful? Are you kind to yourself? Because that's what the power is. You're going to project really who you are, even if you think you're fronting. right? You're going, and these things are important because even right here in Philly, even though the strike is over, there's still animosity on both sides of the strike. You know, we can turn on CNN and Fox News. We can go on social media and say, oh, goals, really? And so in these nuggets, I want to know, we're here for you. This is safe community here at SoundMinds. Any questions? And to those who are watching virtually, I encourage you to put your questions in the comment section. But for anyone here, are there any questions that you have for our panelists? Yes. Hold on for one minute. They're going to have the microphone come to you.
Question. I do a lot of self-care. I mean, I do everything. But at the end of the day, I advocate for kids, families. But it's times I ask myself sometimes, because I want to become a care specialist to others. But I ask myself, am I prepared for it? Because I still have triggers. And I grew up without a mother and a father. I mean, part-time. But when I talk to other parents and support them and advocate for them, you know, they say, wow, you're awesome. But at the end of the day, I find myself isolated in the corner, like, wow, I just gave advice to that person, but why am I not reciprocating? Because now I'm like, okay, I just talked to them about their parents or their, you know, but I still have those triggers that my parents weren't around. So I say, are you ready for that?
I'm going to ask Danielle, our licensed behavioral therapist, to answer that question first.
So are you asking, are you ready?
Yes, because I can speak, because a lot of times, like I said, I do a lot of advocating for my children and a lot of people. And a lot of times they talk about their parents and things to that nature, what they grew up. But I didn't have that growing up with my mother or father. I did have, you know, relatives that took care of me, but it wasn't the same as a parent. So when I would give them advice, everything is fine. But then maybe 10 minutes later, I would break down.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have mine. But
So-
I still want to advocate. So I asked myself, are you ready for that?
That's a good question. And I think there's a duality. Two things can be true at the same time. You can give the best advice, the best support, and the best direction for someone else. But you can also not be ready to do those things if these are triggers that you have. And I recall you saying that you are in therapy. And this is not to put you on the spot any more than you've already disclosed. So thank you, first of all, for disclosing and being brave enough to say these things and be vulnerable enough in this space. And I would ask you the question, are you ready? And you might already know the answer. And it is okay to say, not at this time. It is okay to continue to do the work to reconcile the challenges of the same issues that you're helping other people with, because that's so far beyond, you can remove them. They didn't grow up in your life. You can give them advice and they can go on and they can walk away. You have poured from your cup and now your cup is empty. Who is refilling your cup? And so it might be in this moment, in this time, in this season, that the same support that you give others, you might need to be poured into so that when the time comes, you are ready and it doesn't trigger you. And that's another thing that we want to make sure that we do for ourselves, and this is a part of self-care. If you know time and time and time again that certain things trigger you, you put your own self in a space, in a place of harm. And you'll be no good to anyone else if it's that one last person that asks you that one last question and you either have an implosion of burnout or anxiety or depressed mood, or an explosion where you, as we saw today, might, at the extreme, might be in a jacket, or you might be, as someone else said today, falling down a wall, or you might seclude yourself to the point where you're not even who you were before. So I would say there is a duality in what you're saying. You can give it to others, but are you ready? And I think you know the answer.
And to add to that, I'm a therapist too, and I have a diagnosis, all of these things. I still go to therapy, or I still get triggered by certain things. Like, you being triggered by certain things doesn't stop you from being a peer support specialist. But it also, like she said, when it comes down to, knowing what population you want to work with, you can have your boundaries there to understand who you want to work with and what you want to work with.
Are there any other questions? I believe there is a question from one of our virtual attendees.
What would you suggest how someone can tap in deeper to their spirituality when what they see in front of them is not showing them that they're getting better? So if someone is doing things and they're going to therapy, they pray, they're doing all the things they believe, but it's just not getting there. It's something that they're like very clear that only God can get me through. How do you suggest someone tap into that deeper connection to get through their trial and in that spiritual space?
Maybe elaborate just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Is there like a example?
Like if someone is dealing with an anxiety and they know, okay, I'm nervous about this, I can't do this. Okay, I have the tools, I know how to count, I know how to say scripture, I know how to do all these things, but something's not giving. And they want to tap into a deeper space so that, God, whoever their higher power is, can help equip them in a better way so that they can move forward through their trial.
Okay, so I want to offer this. Again, coming from a Christian perspective, if we're talking about the Bible, again, I know that there are many sacred texts and there are many different religions and different practices that will point to figures that are actually going through what you're going through. So I'm going to give you just a few examples of persons in the Bible that if we had our DSM-5 today, they would be diagnosed. So if you have an issue with depression and isolation, look at Jeremiah. If you have an issue with imposter syndrome and stuttering and speech impediments and not being able to go in front of a person, look at Moses. If you have an issue with grief and solace and sadness and loss of a husband or loss of a spouse or someone you love, look at Naomi. There are plenty of persons in the Bible, if we're strictly talking about spiritual spaces and spiritual texts and wanting to expand on your faith, look at persons in the Bible who you may identify with, or your spiritual text that you may identify with, that exemplify those same things. And what you'll find is, because I'm able to speak about them, clearly they overcame something to be either a leader or a pillar within that text that becomes an example for those who want to follow within a spiritual journey. So that would be my advice to someone who is deeply rooted and looking for something, and you're searching for something within a spiritual text.
Kim, one thing I'd like to add to that, when you mention anxiety, I think about the fact that a lot of times, and I've been there, some of you probably have been there too, when we want answers and we're praying, we want them answered right away. And I have found over time in my prayer life that sometimes one of the greatest challenges for us when we pray is there is a time of waiting. And waiting can be very difficult. So that word of wisdom can sometimes be helpful. Say, look, that relationship takes time. That answer takes time. But patience is needed. So, and there are many things that you can quote, let go and let God. you know, because we want to fix things. Something wrong, we want to fix it and want to fix it now. And so I have found for me that one of the greatest challenges in my prayer life is being patient and waiting. In his time is always going to be the best time.
Thank you for those answers, and thank you for everyone that was brave to be able to share and ask questions for our panelists. In one sentence, as we close for our panelists, yes, because we're at that time, when you're tired and you're frustrated, please speak to us, speak to our online community, where they may feel like they're losing hope. Can you give one sentence to remind us that peace is power?
The darkest of night is the nearness of dawn. You know, you might be going through the worst time in your life and be one step away from your greatest blessing. Continue to believe in yourself, love yourself, be unwavering in your faith, and don't quit.
One sentence. Okay. Your hope has to be greater than your despair.
Wow.
Lean into your vulnerability.
Yes. And I just want to remind you, peace isn't passive. It is powerful, and we can find it within ourselves, and that is advocacy, where we can find a place of clarity, of courage, and love. I want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you. Thank you to our panelists. I thank you for sitting and listening and investing in yourself and being a part. And remember, there is levels to this, and advocacy is power. Thank you, everyone.
This conversation that we're about to have now is very personal. Its policy is personal. How legislation impacts mental health access. You have insurance that gives you access to a doctor. So please lean into this conversation. Be ready to ask some questions if you're not familiar with certain terms. But I want to now turn things over to the moderator, Joe Woods Jr.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. You know, guys, we've had about 4 panels thus far. The first panel started off about the couch. The second one started off about signs and wonders. And after that, we went to all of me, just all of me, and then we just talked about peace. So this part of the session, this panel is going to be about getting up off the couch, get some signs, get out in front of your house, get out in front of your political offices. All of me is going to take all of us in order to evoke legislation changes, and we're going to have to disturb some peace in order to make legislation change. So that's what we're here to talk about, how legislation can hurt and harm Black communities as well as Hispanic communities. We got a very good, strong panel here, and we're going to bring this thing to a close because in the end, this is where the rubber meets the road. It's legislation, things that are affecting our communities, whether that's not having enough funding for the mobile crisis units, that every county doesn't have mobile crisis units. So when a police officer shows up at a home with handcuffs, sirens, that could trigger a lot of people with mental health issues. That's about 988. Most people don't even know what 988 is. We know 911. What about the funding that needs to be in that as well? Make it parable with 911 as well. There's a lot of things we're going to maybe talk about. That's what legislation really meets the road. But I'm going to now introduce my esteemed panel. So I'm going to start off with Pamela Price. Ms. Price has served more than 20 years in the national and government agencies to develop programs to meet the needs of cultural needs as well as understand community activities. Thank you, Pamela. Now I'm going to invite Ms. Karen Buck to the panel, please. She's Executive Director, CEO of nonprofit Senior Law Center that seeks justice for a lot of our older and more mature patients, people in our populations. And Abu Edwards. This gentleman is a civic strategist, a public servant who serves as a director for the mayor's office around engaging black men in society and communities.
The Office of Black
The Office of
Policy.
Black Policy. Awesome, awesome. So glad to have these people, this esteemed panel here with me. I think my microphone just went out, if I'm not mistaken. Can you hear me? Oh, we're good, we're good, we're good. So if you talk about, I want each one of you guys to kind of give a brief synopsis of kind of what you do, what brought you to the positions you are, and why you're passionate about the things in which you're involved in. Just a brief sentence about those things. So I'm going to start with you, Kim.
So good afternoon, SoundMinds family. What brings me to this work? My lived experience, first and foremost, brings me to this work. My first suicide attempt was at 13. I attempted 2 more times, struggled a very, very, very long time to get an accurate diagnosis, and then realized that mental health and well-being is not a destination, but it is a journey. And so I have always wanted to use my story, my journey, my experience to help others. To be able to advocate not only just for myself and my family, but really wanting to figure a way to pay it forward. And I've been blessed and fortunate to be able to do that in my professional capacities, in my work as Deputy Director at the Balm in Gilead. I lead all of our policy work, spent a lot of time in DC, and I've worked in both federal and state government agencies. So, you know, I've been on the couch, the other side of the couch. I've been, you know, in the courts and in the communities and been a part and lived out a lot of what we see in terms of the issues and barriers and challenges, and really want to be able to use my voice and my experience to be able to help others.
Awesome, thank you. Karen, can you get on
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes, awesome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if Tanya is still in the house, but I did want to first give a shout out to Tanya Simmons Reid and Skyrocket, who organized this great event today. Tanya is on my board of directors at Senior Law Center, and she's an amazing leader and advocate for mental health and all the things that she believes in. So I'm executive director of Senior Law Center. I'm an attorney. We are a group of attorneys and advocates, nonprofit, public interest, so all of our services are free. And since I was young, I dealt with mental health in my family. My mother had severe mental health that was undiagnosed. I have a young child now who came to us through foster care and went through severe trauma and neglect in the first 19 months of his life. But he's thriving now, although just today I was advocating again for getting his needs met. How many folks have met shut doors and tried to open doors for themselves and their families and their clients and their patients and just can't get through? Yeah. Okay, today that was one of those days. A lot of tears shed, but we're still working on it. In terms of the advocacy, it's a huge part of what I do as a lawyer. We testify from city council to the US Senate on the streets, in front of City Hall, to Mayor Parker with signs, with older adults who are trying to save their homes. And it's a joy and a privilege to work in the public interest law field, where we are working not for profit, but for justice.
Yes. Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Abu, go ahead.
Why am I here? I'm here on assignment. I am the director for the mayor's office of Black Male Engagement. The same little boy who grew up in this city fell through the cracks, as well as many other of my friends who grew up in this city and fell through the cracks. I grew up in a single-parent home with my mom, and you know, my mom got caught up in the drug epidemic in the 80s, and I was born in 88. So I was born in the midst of it, and I've learned as a young person how hard it was, and understanding that mental health and wellness truly plays a role in advancing and development of African American men and boys, because we deal with trauma every single day. As I stated before, I am here on assignment. This is an assignment for me, not a job. This is about me helping brothers who look like me get on a pathway to economic opportunity, and to make sure that they have the resources needed to take care of themselves so they can be better fathers, better brothers, and better leaders in our communities. That's what brings me here today.
Awesome. Thank you guys for sharing. That's amazing. And really, so as we begin to move forward, if you have any questions, write them down, because at the end, we're going to give you a chance to ask them one or two questions to the panelists. But we want you guys to be engaged, because at the end, policy is really where it's all going to start to change a lot of these things that we're dealing with in society systemically as well. But one question for all the panelists, I'm going to ask a question. It's called, legislation plays a role, a significant role, in determining the accessibility of the services, as well as including the mental health care parts of it. From your experiences, each one of you guys' experiences, how does legislation overall impact the access, number one, to these essential services, and also what can be done to ensure that marginalized communities, especially Black and African and Hispanic communities, are in the middle of this process, they are helped through this process. So I'll start with Abu first.
Repeat your question again, sir. I know you was coming to me anyway, but go ahead, repeat it again.
You got it, right? How you know it's coming to you? Because the office in which you hold, right? So legislation plays a significant role in determining the accessibility and services, including mental health care. From your experience, how does legislation overall impact access to the essential services? What can be done to ensure that the marginalized communities, especially the Black and Hispanic communities, are prioritized in this process?
So two things. The City of Philadelphia has an excellent city agent called DBHIDS, Department of Humans. Actually, I just started, so forgive me with these whole acronyms. I'm just going to say DBHIDS. Okay. That is the mental health component to the city government. And when we talk about accessibility, and I'm proud to talk about the work that our office did in the last 14 months as providing some type of accessibility to resources, is that we created something called Black Men Engagement Neighborhood Advisory Committees in each councilmatic district, neighborhood by neighborhood, to make sure that resources such as mental health and wellness support, free access to therapy, we worked with Black Men Heal to provide some of those type of resources. But as you stated, what we are seeing is that there's so much resources out there, but it's not getting into the community. A lot of brothers who sit on those corners, who are in those Chinese stores, who walk up and down the street every single day, they don't know that they can walk into a city agency and walk out with a therapist, right? So what we are trying to do is make sure that folks have a space, Black men have a space that they can count on that's in their neighborhood, where it's not about going to your city council person office or you have a space in your neighborhood where you can go every single month and get any type of mental health and wellness access that you can possibly get. From, like I said, just from access to free health, access to free mental health and wellness. When we talk about the importance of policy and how, policy plays a role, I'm proud to stand with my mayor, the first Black woman mayor of the city of Philadelphia, Mayor Sherelle L. Parker, because she's truly an advocate, not just for mental health and wellness, but also for folks who are dealing with substance abuse and building wellness centers, so where you walk in, you can stay and get the treatment that you need before you're released. That is important in our city. So yes, we have a lot of work to do to try to get those resources, but I can only talk about the work that our office is doing. And as we are laying the foundation for these Black male engagement neighborhood advisory committees, that's just the tip of the iceberg in providing accessible access to resources in every neighborhood across the city, and it should not depend on your zip code, depending on how much access you get.
Awesome, great. Awesome guy. Karen, how would you add to that as well?
Yeah, well, I'll talk a little bit about legislation. Unless you've been under a rock the last week or so, or the last few months or so, and I have to be completely nonpartisan because I am a nonprofit leader, and but I do want to say that there are devastating impacts on mental health, on education, on the law, on access, on justice, on liberty, on criminal justice, on everything that we care about happening today. And just last week, a law was signed where 17 million people will likely lose their health care in the next year to 2 years. 17 million people. $1 trillion, trillion, was cut from Medicaid, which is the program for low-income, disabled, and vulnerable people. And what I should point out is most people don't understand Medicaid. The majority of Medicaid goes to older Americans to help them in their very frail and vulnerable times in nursing homes. nursing home and long-term care is not provided by most insurances, including Medicare, which is our aging insurance. So I won't get too into the weeds, but I just want to say this is a turbulent and devastating time for legislation and its impact on our health, our mental health, and really everything that we care so deeply about. Justice, access to education, access to employment, division, etc. So from the federal level, I've spent the last many weeks and months advocating on those two issues. SNAP, nutrition for low-income people, ways that hunger is avoided in this country, which is the richest in the world, has been cut devastatingly. And so, well, you can tell, I'm very passionate about this. We are in a time of potential devastation for Black and brown communities, for low-income communities, for our children, for our older adults, and it's a real time that advocacy, we have to stand up and speak up. And we feel sometimes it's not our country. This is still our country, and we need to remember that. There's a quote from Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg attributed to her, which says, "Speak your mind, even if your voice shakes." Yes. And a lot of us, me included, I've been doing this for 25 years, are still a little bit afraid to speak truth to power. Right. What's going to happen to me, my job? What's going to happen to my family? What's going to happen to the people I am serving? Will I lose my money, my funding, if I'm a service provider? But it is a time that we really need to stand up and speak truth to power and hold true to our core values.
Pam, anything else you want to share with us as well?
So, a few things. One, I think make sure that we don't confuse politics with policy. The way real power is wielded is through policy. Politics is what you think, how you feel, for, an ideology about something. And I think we are in a moment where politicking gets the attention. That's what the headlines are about and not policy. So I do want to take you into the weeds of this disastrous bill that was passed on last week. And thinking, it's 887 pages. I've made my way through about 60% of it. I won't encourage you all to go do that unless this is something that you do, but because this is closely related to work that I do, I'm putting in the time to read this bill in its entirety, even though we had legislators who voted yes on it who admitted they didn't even read it. But we've talked about crisis intervention services, right? As someone who has, or my husband has needed that service for me. This particular bill in section 308, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, the enhanced federal medical assistance percentage, that's the FMAP, provided under a certain section of the Social Security Act shall no longer be available for fiscal years 26 through 2030. Why that is important is because it repeals the enhanced federal support for mobile crisis teams. So when we think about how states legislate and how counties and cities hold their budgets and dictate their budgets on whether they're going to spend and support these services, a lot of that is contingent upon federal support. So when federal support is lost for things like crisis intervention, like the 988, Medicaid, states are now in a debacle in terms of, well, how can we foot the bill for something that we know our communities need? That's why policy is local. We have to remind ourselves not to get so caught up in every little thing that falls out of DC and you forget to show up to city council meetings. You don't know, like by raise of hands, how many of you know your congressional district and who your congressional representatives are? Everyone in here should know that. If you do not know today and you did not raise your hand, you need to go and find out your congressional district and who your congressional representatives are. Do not pay attention to red, blue, that don't matter. That doesn't matter. We need this information because this bill alone, and this is not the only bill in the works, but it strips away that. It takes away funding for substance abuse treatment programs. It impacts the LGBTQIA+ community. The mental health workforce is going to be significantly impacted by this, especially when we think about the Medicaid dollars that goes to support and putting licensed clinical social workers or mental health professionals in our ERs and in our clinic spaces. So we got a lot of work to do, but it first starts with making sure that we're educated and we're informed about how policy works.
Awesome, thank you for sharing that. Wow, it's a lot. And even just touching more on any other things that we're dealing with, even the 190-day stay for Medicare patients as well. That is another thing that we really need to look at, because that shows that for 190-day lifetime for Medicare patients, that's it. This only thing is 190 days for your lifetime for a mental health crisis. We're not treating it on parity as other health issues that we deal with. So those are the other things we need to think about as well, that we can policy and advocate for as people in this space as well. So as moving forward to the next question, I really want to ask you this question. Karen, I want to go to you on this one. The Senior Law Center serves more than 5,000 older patients a year. From your experience advocating in underserved communities, what are the most pressing legal barriers for marginalized communities, and how can policy address those issues?
Great question. Anything to do with legal barriers is why I'm here. How many folks have heard, if you can't afford a lawyer and you need one will be appointed for you? Okay, like every crime show that exists, right? And I know there's some fans out there. I, as a rule, never watch a lawyer show and I try to stay away from it. However, what most folks don't know is there is almost no civil right to counsel. That means, yeah, if you get arrested, an attorney may be appointed for you in criminal justice. But in the civil justice world, which affects most people, and low income and disenfranchised and black and brown communities even more so, there is no civil right to counsel by and large. So you can lose your home, your health care, your income, your children, and you are not entitled to a lawyer. Now, I'm sure a lot of folks, me included, would be willing to go to jail before I gave up my child. And I will tell you that there's a saying that only a fool has themselves for a lawyer. And we are trained as lawyers for a certain reason, right? Just like doctors and every other profession. So to expect folks to go through family court, common pleas court, federal court on civil rights cases, every court to save their health care, housing, children, income by themselves is just wrong. We are one of the few countries in the world, I would say democracy, industrialized countries in the world that do not have more of a civil right to counsel. So let me just give you an example of where legislation and advocacy comes in. We worked for a decade with City Council here in Philadelphia, with partners, with the courts, with bar associations, with other legal aid providers to create a civil right to counsel for tenants facing eviction. We were the 5th jurisdiction in the nation in Philadelphia to pass that. We had amazing support by progressive City Council people. And now in Philadelphia, if you are a low-income tenant going against a landlord who I can tell you is always represented by counsel, you will have the right to an attorney. Now that's real change through legislation.
Great.
And if I can say one more thing, I didn't answer your question really in terms of the obstacles. So I see 3 major obstacles for disenfranchised communities to access justice, access legal help, access the courts and their rights under law. The first is poverty, or really the absence of wealth, and those are 2 very different things. absence of wealth today, middle class people, lower middle class people, you don't just have to be under the poverty rate or under AMI or other things. It is very expensive to hire a lawyer, okay? Number two is the absence of knowing your legal rights under the law. You gotta know your rights. So when you see a Know Your Rights seminar that Senior Law Center puts on, or any of our colleagues at Community Legal Services, or Legal Clinic for Disabled, or Philadelphia Legal Assistance, all of our amazing partners here in Philadelphia, we have 40 public interest law centers. Go there and learn your rights as a homeowner, as a tenant, as a parent, as a grandparent. What are my rights? To keep my health care. How do I appeal the loss of my Medicaid or Medicare or my employer granted health care? Knowing your rights is one of the most important steps, and I find that many people do not know their rights. And the third is just making sure we have access to legal services, okay? We are a legal aid provider, but we need more legal services for disenfranchised communities because 80% of Americans do not get the legal help they need. 80%. That's 1 in 5. And that means they've lost their house, their kids, their income, their health care. And that's just not good enough.
Speaking of knowing our rights, being advocates for ourselves, Mr. Edwards,
Sir.
as someone who works closely with black men, black males in our community, how do you see mental health policies affecting black men? And what are the unique challenges they face in accessing mental health care? How can local policies be adjusted to better meet their needs?
So, I don't know if I started. The main purpose of this office that was created about 10 years ago was to address disparities that impacts black men and boys across the city of Philadelphia. And when I got appointed in 2024 March, what I had the opportunity to do was hosting 10 roundtable discussions in high school and in the community. And I got an opportunity to meet with black men who live in our neighborhoods, but also to go to our schools and meet with young black men from the ages of from 9th to 12th grade. So I think that's 13 to about 19, 18 years old. And when I surveyed every last black man, every last young person, and especially it brought something back for me, especially the results I got from the high schools, is that 99.9% of all black men, doesn't matter what age, found out that they want access to mental health and wellness. I have 300 kids who don't know each other, surveyed black boys from 9th to 12th grade. And people, and they say that young black men or black men don't like to be vulnerable, you know what I mean, and to say that they need support. But the fact that 300 young black boys told the director of the mayor's office of black male engagement that they want access to mental health and wellness programs during school, not after school, not before school. They want it during school. So one of the things that we did was partner with DBHIDS and create a pilot program that was 10 weeks. The reason why we chose Fells High School, you guys probably remember, the reason why we chose, because I'm not a guy who does marches. I mean, I love my people who does the march and does the fist. But a young boy who had good grades, who was an honor roll student and an athlete, got shot in front of his mother on his way to school at Fells. And I knew in my mind that as the director of Black Male Engagement, too many of our young brothers deal with this all the time. And I already know what the school is going to do. May have a therapist for 2 days. And then these kids got to deal with all their trauma, showing up to school, not seeing their classmate, and expected to keep things moving. So how do we turn that into advocacy and policy? I'm the mayor's point person. Now I'm having conversations with the mayors, right? I'm pulling the community organizations who are getting funded $25 million for violence and prevention to figure out how can we all incorporate in our outreach and our programming in these schools and these communities a mental health and wellness aspect of it. How do we make sure that not just our students, but parents can go to these schools and get access to mental health and wellness. The black men who are leading our organizations, who are on the front line, need access to mental health and wellness, and how are we providing that? So as the director of the Mayor's Office of Black Male Engagement, and as the city, my job is to move and push that needle. I'm not always liked, because I tell folks all the time, I walk in the hallway as the director of Black Male Engagement. So my job is, and every time I'm meeting with every city agency, if we're talking about workforce development, how many black men we brought on? Right. If we're talking about 300 houses being built, how many of those going to be black male home ownership? Right. And what kind of programs or what type of initiatives do we have to create to get black men on that pathway to home ownership? Yes. How do we align it with Mayor Parker's vision of a safer, cleaner, greener city with economic opportunity? Right. That's the pillars that I stand on. How do black men benefit from that? How do black men feel safe? Right. And we have to understand what does safety look like for black men in our communities? How do we visualize black men feeling safe? I tell folks all the time, I live in the hood. I feel more safe in the hood than downtown and City Hall. Right. At least I know what I'm expecting when I go to the Poppy store or down the street. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that I do understand that the number one issues that's impacting, before I can talk about economic opportunity, before I can give a brother some resources, we truly have to address this mental health and wellness crisis, and we have to make sure that it doesn't matter where you go, if you're going to a rec center, a library, a park, a neighborhood community center, a mini city hall, your councilperson office, that you have access and that accessibility to mental health and wellness access. So right now we are fighting, because I know that young people now, they want that. And how do we incorporate that into the programming in the Philadelphia School District moving forward?
Yes, yes. Garnering access, getting things that we need in our communities is very, very important. So as I get to this next question for Pamela, you've worked with national and state and local organizations, as we shared earlier, to increase equity, and even in healthcare. Can you share your perspective on how current mental health policies, which you just did a little bit too, so I want you to go a little deeper on that again, are impacting communities of color, and how these communities can actively engage in advocating for policy changes now?
So to stay in this space of like, okay, how policies, and it's across the board, it's both access, right? But before we even get to access, it's also data. So I love that you went to these young men, you asked them the questions, because that is data that then can be harnessed to drive programs and to drive policy. So one of the things that from a policy perspective, I think is making sure that we are doing our best to keep ownership of the data. And we are all walking data points of a lot. Our phones, our tablets, our watches, right? So we need to make sure that whether we're talking to our doctor's offices, you're talking to the school boards, and you're completing that survey or you're filling out this form, use your voice and ask, how are you using what you just collected? And make sure that they are using it in a way that is bi-directional. Okay, policy should work in a bi-directional type of fashion, meaning that folks are coming to the community, or you're coming to a group or individuals, you're getting and collecting that information and then working in tandem to say, okay, now we can create what systems need to change in order to be able to address, a specific issue, barrier, or challenge. And I like to also, this should start locally. This is Philly. Philly sounds like it's in a really, really good spot right now. But let's take rural South Carolina, totally different situation. So we need to make sure, is that, and I think you touched on it even just a little bit, of whether or not we even feel, can I say what I want to say? Can I ask this question? Can I really advocate the way that you want? In this space today, the answer should be yes. I think they want us to shrink our voice. They want us to deflate ourselves, to not stand up, to not speak up. I'm not on Medicaid. Does that mean I shouldn't care about the 17 million that are going to lose it? And that's what
That's what we have to shift our thinking. You may not be impacted by anything that's in this raggedy bill. But once you get to the details, somebody you know is, right? Or when your taxes go up, because they've had to shift money to a bunch of other things, and now they're saying, you know, like in Virginia, well, we're going to jack up the state tax to 10% instead of 8%. I'm going to feel that. So we need to make sure that we can see ourselves and see each other in how these policy decisions are made, right? And then one last thing. You do not have to ask for permission to speak to your representatives. They all have offices, they all have phone numbers, and they all have staff. And it may take a couple phone calls, a couple letters to get to them, but at least be talking to their staff. For Black and brown communities specifically, they don't know we exist because we won't show up in their space. But they will show up in our space, like our churches, our congregations. They want to get that, you know, that photo op, right? When it's election season, and then you don't see them again. We have to hold them accountable, all right? Accountability, a no vote is not accountability, by the way, just FYI. But we have to make sure we're showing up in their spaces so that we can make sure they know what these needs are. They know what our young men are telling individuals like Abu. Like, they know what data is saying about our communities and what's impacting them, because otherwise, you know, they're going to listen to the people who are showing up and writing them letters and blowing their phones up. And we need to do that more collectively, I think, as Black and brown individuals.
Can I just add, they work for us.
Yes.
Right? And we forget that. Yes. Right? They work for us. We are their employers in many ways. And I see that all the time. People do not know who their leaders are. They don't feel comfortable speaking to them. They don't feel comfortable bringing their issues to them, but they need to hear from all of us. And when you have issues that are important to you, do not wait until there's legislation pending. They're all looking also for ideas for legislation, particularly your city council people and your state legislators. They are looking for ideas and want to hear from you about how life is affecting you. And that is the way we start change, with an idea, a kernel, and bring it to a champion. So a couple things that you said, I just want to reiterate. Know who your legislators are and feel free to reach out to them. They work for us. And similarly, I can't tell you how many times I've been at a city council hearing, and it's open session. Anyone can bring any issue up. It's open mic night, okay? And there ain't too many people there bringing their issues to city council. Similarly, in councils around the country and around the state. But we have opportunities to bring our issues to the power leaders, and we need to take advantage of them.
And if I can jump in there as well. Elected officials, you know, I'm an appointed official, and I ran for political office before. There's no such thing as making an appointment. There's no such thing as, when you're an elected official, there's no such thing of making an appointment. In order to get things moving and to get things and put pressure on people, you got to show up, uninvited. And if they're not there, you gotta sit and you gotta wait. Because it's important. If we can stand in line for the new Jordans, we can stand in line for a beer distributor trying to be placed next to a daycare center in our neighborhoods. Like, it is that important that we truly show up and show out. And for the Black men in this room, when we talk about conversations, and I make it very clear, it's not about having a seat at the table. It's about building our own table so folks can have a seat at our table. Because we got to make sure that we're no longer the agenda item, we are the agenda. And that's why I keep telling folks that the work that this office is important, because this is our agenda. We're nobody's agenda item. We can talk about everything Black man and everything Black advancement when it comes to the Office of Black Male Engagement. So don't think just because you have 10 followers or you got 10,000 followers, your voice and your vote still matters. Black men, I need to see you at city council. I need to see you in Harrisburg. I need to see you at your parent-teacher conference nights. I need to see you at walking your neighborhood at night. We got to make sure that we showing up, because I'm gonna be honest, this city passed a $6.something billion budget. And the mayor had 10 town halls all across the city to tell and educate folks every piece of money that's in the budget and how it's being spent. And I did not see black men in the room, but I saw black men complaining on social media.
Right.
That's a problem for me.
Yes.
So all I'm saying is, if we truly want to push and make change in our neighborhoods, and we're talking about advocating, I need my brothers to understand the importance of being present. We don't have to be perfect, but we got to be present.
Yes.
So now we're going to open up some questions, maybe from the audience as well as those that are online as well.
Yeah.
Got one question here. Go ahead.
We do have a question from an online attendee. The question is, what suggestion can you give for severe transportation lapse in particular areas that have limited help resources for mental illness? What if the worst setback is a transportation issue?
Which one of the panelists want to take that one?
Can you say that question again? I'm sorry.
The question is, what suggestion can you give for severe transportation lapse in particular areas that have limited help resources for mental illness? What if the worst setback is a transportation issue? So if you live in rural Pennsylvania, or, you know, if we're talking about Pennsylvania, you have Philly, Pittsburgh, and Alabama in between. It's kind of what it's saying. So what would you say if transportation is the issue when it comes to policy? What would be a solution or a remedy?
I got some personal things with that. Anybody want to take that? Because I don't think transportation should be in the way of you being an advocate or policy. You know what I mean? I look at my grandma when they didn't have social medias, but every day when she woke up every day, she went to the polling location, she went down to City Hall, and she made her voice. We were poor. We were homeless. We didn't have much. But I think if that's what your question, if transportation is a barrier, how does that lead to is that what you're asking me for an individual? Yeah.
They're asking if they're in a space where there are limited mental health resources, and so they need transportation in order to get to where they are.
Okay.
Yeah. How do they utilize policy to impact helping that transportation need?
Okay.
It's an access issue, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like it's an access issue. And is this individual in a rural community? Do we know that?
Or
Oh, it's a national gig now. Yeah, so what I would, I'm not a doctor, I'm a lawyer, but I do know that virtual services and telehealth has been transformative, not only during the pandemic, but post, and particularly for our clients who are all older, low income, and dealing with a diversity of challenges. No one older person is the same, just like none of us are the same, so check your ageism and paternalism, please. But I would say the virtual services, which may be, I don't know, I didn't read all 600, 800, 900 pages at risk, but that would be one of the things I would want to look to see if there are available resources for that. Transportation is a huge issue in our country. We invest in cars, we don't invest in public transportation. And access to health and health care and legal services and legal help and many other essential services are so affected by the absence of public transportation across our country. So, we've worked really hard with many partners around the nation to make legal services and legal aid accessible virtually, whether it's online, by telephone, et cetera, so that older, vulnerable people or disabled people or other people with mobility challenges don't have to drag their to Center City, where our headquarters are, right? We either come to them in the community, or we find ways that they can access us without having to travel. So I'm wondering if virtual access is a potential issue there, and it's certainly an essential form of health care and mental health care.
So in thinking about like if you're in a rural community, and again, you don't have to be rural. Transportation is just an issue, period. You can be somewhere in a city and the bus line just doesn't come out as far as what it needs to come out to. So when you think about like, okay, well, how can this be addressed from a policy perspective? One way, again, is to go and actually bring this to the attention of your local city and county officials, right? You need to let them know, hey, look, we there's a group of us who live out here, and it takes us an hour to get into and to get to essential healthcare services. So that's one, right? You need to bring it to the attention of someone who has the ability to be able to rectify change. This could also mean that anyone can write a bill. So you can do your own research to pull, well, what happens when people can't get transportation to mental health services? What are those outcomes, right? You can throw that in a chat GPT or just Google it. And then you can take that information and you can craft a one-page document that you take with you and take that into your local elected officials' offices, right? And mail it to them, and then take it back to them again, and then mail it to them some more. Xerox 100 copies and send all 100 copies. But that's one way, is to really start bringing, whether it's transportation, and while we can definitely rely on telehealth, we also know that this bill guts telehealth services and funding for that. This bill, or another piece of legislation that's impacting Georgia, for anyone who may be with us virtually from Georgia, is actually stripping away funding that was already appropriated for low-income families and older individuals to be able to get access to free internet and broadband services. And that money is now being gone away. It's about $6.7 billion that the state of Georgia will be losing. So that's another key piece of it too. And then I want to say, make sure that you track legislation at your state level and at the federal level. That is free. It's a website. You go, and you literally can see every bill. You can look at bills in which house, which committee, is it the Senate, where is it at? We need to be informed. They're not hiding this information. We're just not going to go seek it out. And so we need to seek this out, so that way we can then see, well, how do we need to move and adjust, and how do we need to advocate to be able to get the policies that we need to see.
Yeah, if I can just add one more thing. Our elected leaders' job is to solve problems, right? And I love, spit out a proposed piece of legislation and create your own one-pager. But I suggest calling them and telling them about this problem, and get everyone you know who's affected by that problem to call them as well. In this case, squeaky wheels are powerful. They need to hear the problem. They don't know the problem exists, possibly. So we need to demand more of our legislators and our leaders. Again, they work for us. They are supposed to be solving our problems and creating responses and solutions to the problems that we're facing.
Hi, how are you? My name is Rebecca. I'm a school social worker at the Boys Latin Middle School. So I would like to know, just as a community member, not even myself, right? If I am looking to get involved in local policy and legislation, what are some best ways to start engaging at a community or a city level, one? And more importantly, how do we start to get our youth engaged? Is there something specifically for youth and young adults to just get their feet wet, just to start, getting them more engaged, because clearly they're the voice of right now. They're no longer the future. It's they are, the future's here. So how can we sort of kind of get them interested? How can we bring this to schools? How can we start having this a part of, I'm sure most high schools have, what is that? Civics, there you go. But how do we know that those teach, is there something that we could do on a greater level as a community and not wait? Just don't wait. Something that I could do right now, tomorrow, if I wanted to, legally. What does that look like? Yeah.
One, it could really be by you collecting and convening the young people who you have influence with or that you have within your network, right? Because what we do know is that I think that while, yes, civics should be taught in our schools, the quality of that civics education is probably not what we need it to be, because we have adults who don't know that there are 3 branches of government and we had 3 branches of government. Let's hope we get them back, but right now we do not, or at least they're not functioning the way that they should. But I think that would be one thing, is that we do need to take on the responsibility, I think especially for the young people in our lives, to be able to carve out spaces to bring them into, to provide this information to them that, one, it's digestible, but then it also will allow us to hear from them, right? Because I think what we don't want to do is to tell them what to do about a certain issue or thing, or to even tell them that it is an issue. So I think that would be one, is I would encourage you to figure out, is it a way to, y'all meet at a church, you meet at a community center, bring them over to your house, or work with the school. A lot of schools do have some type of community something. It may be housed in the counseling office at the high school, but you want to find out maybe who that individual is, see if you can set up a meeting with them. Some of the schools have, kind of like ad hoc groups as well. So these could be, committees that seniors are on, that maybe these are seniors who have an interest in policy. And so you can also figure, so it really will be kind of like a case by case. You'll have to do a little bit of research to see what is existing in your community. Most state and local places, you can go to their website, you can see their calendar. Right, so check their calendar, see when they are holding meetings. On the federal level, most federal branches or federal agencies have what's called open comment periods, right? So when they're getting ready to change a regulation, they're getting ready to maybe do something a little crazy, they will open a portal for public comment. Anybody and everybody can go in there. You don't have to log in or nothing. You click on it, type away. That's another opportunity too for us to be able to kind of give that feedback, and then we can also see when these public hearings happen, right? Because they make us think that government happens in these shadow rooms, which some of it does, but there's also a lot of it that is open to us if, to Abu's point, we have to show up for it. So I would check out the calendar for your local city offices. Check with your schools and other youth serving organizations and see, do they have something that is in this kind of civic social justice space? If it doesn't, we can begin to create that. Just create one. I can tell you now, there's gaps, and in a lot of places, once you've done your research, you're gonna say it doesn't exist. If you feel like this is something you can walk in, if it feels like, hey, look, I can go at least get the information and get the conversation started, I think that's one of the easiest places for us to be able to start.
I would just add that I think many of the legislators take on interns and volunteers. I think we have some here today, do we not? Yes, from Senator Hughes' office and others. So they are showing up, they are participating, they are working with leaders and learning how it functions. And that's a whole slew of opportunity, right, for legislators and for young youth to partner with legislators to learn how that system works. How does a bill become law? How do we start with an idea and then draft legislation and then promote it and then pass it and then start over again in January, and the process, right? Because it is a process. Many nonprofits, and this was one of the things I wanted to say to all of you, ways to get involved. Nonprofits take on interns left and right. And, Oh, I have high schoolers working in my nonprofit law firm this summer, which is unusual, but yes, it is. These are unusual times, let me just say that. But I would invite all of you to get involved with your nonprofits. Know your community nonprofits. Know what they're doing, because many of us are working every day on legislation, on local, state, and national advocacy and policy. And so those are opportunities. Be a volunteer. Be a board member. I gave a shout out earlier to Tanya. She wasn't in the room, but she is the vice chair of my board. And there's not a board meeting where she doesn't bring up mental health. There's some connection to something at our board meeting. And she's an amazing advocate. So become a leader of your nonprofit community. These are the groups that are really making change and positive change in the community. So I would encourage all of you to consider that.
I got to jump in here really quick. Rebecca, continue doing what you're doing. This young lady invited me to her school at Boys Latin, where she hosted the first mental health and wellness conference for those young boys. And we asked those young boys, and it's a middle school, how many brothers been through a traumatic experience? Every hand went up. And then we asked how many got support, and only 2 hands went up. Two. So continue to do what you're doing and provide this space. One thing I'm happy about Philadelphia is that we're oversaturated, and we have plenty of organizations focused on civic engagement. I'm a proud member, strong member of the oldest, blackest organization on this planet, the NAACP of Philadelphia, the Urban League of Philadelphia. Like, you know, the mayor's has an internship program where we have 100 young people from college in City Hall right now, interning with different city agencies, different city council members. These are those same opportunities, right? So we don't have to recreate the wheel. We have a watchdog committee of 70 who's really good in following city council and budgets and civic engagement. We have the Octavius Cattle Coalition that goes around to different schools. We have Philly Bolt, who has a dynamic youth and civic engagement program in multiple schools. So it's all about bringing down them silos, coming together, because at the end of the day, civics should be in every school and not just in certain schools.
Awesome. We'll give you guys all a hand here. It's a wonderful session. I'm dropping cards everywhere, but I think we learned a lot. I think we also got to understand we got to get up off the couch. Yes. We got to get our signs together. We got to pull everybody else together. And we got to break up some peace. We got to start disrupting a lot of peace in the community organizations as well. We got to make things happen. We have so much social media nowadays. You can get on. You can hashtag everything you want to hashtag. Every one of my panelists, hashtag them. If they have any type of awareness out here on social media, get involved, get advocated. If you have a podcast, you can start your own podcast and make differences and changes in the communities from these particular perspectives as well. But that's all we have to say. You guys have a wonderful evening.
And vote.
Go vote.
Give them another hand for that amazing conversation. That was a real conversation about some very real issues that are taking place. Well, this has been an amazing day. We've had some phenomenal conversations, a lot of aha moments. I'm still sort of lingering on my aha moment about the sweatbox. I am going to Google that and figure it out when I get home and see how I can participate, because it sounds very interesting. But I want to thank you for allowing me to be your host today. I want to thank you for participating in person as well as online. But what I would now like to do is introduce the SoundMinds Conference leadership team members, Rachel Brinkley and Cameron James, and the SoundMinds family, Neesha Stringfellow and Danielle Young.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
What'd I do?
Oh, no, come down. What was that? Oh, yes.
Introduce us too.
So I hope you have all had a wonderful time. I've been running around. I've been seeing smiles. I've been hearing quite an amazing amount of information. I can't wait to put it in my repertoire. So this is one of our last pieces, okay? We're talking about the power of advocacy today. Advocating for ourselves, for others, our communities. And in order to build something, we need a foundation. And in order for that foundation to last, it has to be pretty strong, right?
We're talking about holding hope as advocates, knowing that no matter what it looks like, everything is going to be okay.
We're talking about healing. Healing not only for those we know are going through mental health challenges or diagnosed with mental illness, but the truth is, Tanya said she gave me this part on purpose. We all need healing on some level, because I say it all the time. We all somewhere on the spectrum. Embrace it and love it. And those who say they don't are usually the ones who need it most.
I want you all to remember that when one of us heals, we increase the percentage for all of us to heal. Affirming who I am, affirming who you are, affirming what our community is destined to be.
Advocacy is not just about action, it's about belief. Today we're going to affirm our collective strength as mental health advocates. These words will remind us of our purpose and commitment to advocacy.
So repeat after us. I advocate for myself.
I show up for others.
I challenge what needs to be changed.
My healing is my power.
Our joy is our resistance.
Now all together.
There's levels to this. And I'm rising at each one.
Okay, we're gonna do it over.
So you say it first.
There's levels, excuse me. There's levels to this, and I'm, oh, okay.
On a count of 3, there's levels to this, and I'm rising at each one. But we all have to do it. Oh my gosh.
Levels to this, and I'm rising at everyone. Okay, I'm gonna go off script for just a quick second. I just want to give my mom her flowers, to tell her how proud of her I am. So I'd be happy if you all give her a round of applause. I remember when my little brother was diagnosed with a mental illness, and it's been very difficult for our family, and this was a thought. And so to see it come into fruition, I'm just so proud of her.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I always get emotional when we work on this conference. It is truly from within me. I'm sorry. But to see you all here, to know that there is hope, that my husband, my daughters, my son, who is here, Hudson, that we're not alone, that there's community, there's unity, and again, that there's hope, like what our team just came up and talked about. This literally, like Cameron said, was the result of us not having the resources that we needed. We didn't know what to do. Our son was 17, he was a junior in high school, and very successful in the things that he was doing, and came home in a manic episode, and I didn't know what to do. I felt helpless as a mom. I felt helpless even as a wife at times, and as a mom, not just to him, but to my other children, because we have 4. And so we started this virtually. There are people here right now who joined us. I went and sought out, heart sought out. Everyone here was on this stage because of their heart and because I felt their truthness, transparency, and they're licensed professionals. I'm not a licensed professional, but I can stand here and say I am a mental health advocate. And each one of you today, whether you said it before you walked in this room or before you clicked the link on YouTube to attend virtually, you are a mental health advocate. And I just want to really quickly, I just believe that none of us can succeed alone. None of us, no business, no individual, no community, none of us can succeed alone. And so I just want to give some thank yous. Give your gratitude now. That's being an advocate too, right? Just tell somebody thank you. If they did something for you, say thank you. And I want to give a shout out, number one, to Wesley Stringfellow, who has handled all of our sound today. All of our AV, he's our AV lead. He's the husband of Neesha, who was a moderator for us. She's part of our family. They traveled from Chicago to be here, to bring equipment, because it costs money to have an event. And, you know, we have some great people, some great organizations, some great leaders who believed in what we're doing, and they came on as sponsors, some returning sponsors. Credential America is with us, like Yolanda Reid said. You know, we have Progress Trust, who's new this year, who came in because we're in Philly, and Kenny Ash is still here representing them. We have NAMI Philadelphia. We have Heart Life Ministries, Recovery 180. They've always been a part since day one. And we also have Lisa Perkins and Associates, who joined us. And we had some media partners this year. Cameron serves on our sponsor lead team, and she works at iHeartMedia in Charlotte and was able to get WR&B and Classics to join us. And they gave us commercial time, interviews, comp, and that means a lot to me. And if one person came because of it, it's worth everything. And so I just want to encourage you to continue to advocate. Continue to advocate. Like I said, advocate. An advocate doesn't just go out there and get resources for themselves, but you may think, oh, I don't need that. Get it anyway, because it is here, and you never know when you need it. Have an arsenal. Someone, I think it was Allie, we were just talking, because when and I want to bring them up soon, because we talked about the next generation, and I'm so happy that we were able to get some interns this year. But Allie was saying, don't get ready, stay ready. And when I was visiting our interns who are from Senator Vincent Hughes' office in Pennsylvania, he ran into our meeting out of the blue and he told them, this is your thought for the day, this is your birthday. Don't get ready, stay ready. Now write that down, write that down. So I just thought that was cool that you said that too. But if I could have them come up, because I want to give them the mic so they can introduce themselves. And let's give them a standing ovation, because I just love that they were willing to come serve. And that's Foster, Alana, Aubrey, Amira, and Tajon. And so just introduce yourself, let them know what school you're attending, and what you want to do, and how your takeaway, one takeaway for today.
Okay, so my name is Tajon Abbott Linton. I'm a senior at the first HBCU Cheney University. I major in social relations with a concentration in U.S. government political science. What else? I'm sorry. Oh, so one takeaway from this is always seek readiness and always seek people who can help, because a lot of people go through stuff who do not understand or can't get the help or are afraid to talk.
My name is Alana Robinson. I'm a senior at Drexel University. I major in political science and I minor in law and communications. I hope to be a lawyer in public advocacy law. And one thing I took away from today, one gentleman spoke up here about his experience in church and how one lady just wasn't so nice to him, and it just made him stop going to church altogether. And it really made me think that even when you're having a bad day, smile at people, be nice to people, because this might be a pivotal point in someone's life, even though it's just a second in yours.
Hello, my name is Aubrey Bradshaw. I attend Showham High School, and when I get older, I want to own I don't really know what I want to do, but own my own nonprofit. And one takeaway that I took from today was to talk about my mental health with people and to have a therapist, because it's okay to talk about what's going on in life.
Hi, everyone. My name is Foster McGrath. I'm a senior at Ursinus College.
I'm studying international relations and French. And yeah, I hope to become a diplomat or work in the global sphere. And my biggest takeaway from today was that voting is our most important right.
Hi everybody, my name is Amira Wardlaw. I'm going into my senior year at Marian Mercy. Thank you. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do when I graduate college, but I know I want to go, or when I go to college. I don't know if I want to major in political science, but I'm leaning towards that direction. And I think my biggest takeaway is that our community just has to have the courage to have these conversations. We can have them, and we're capable. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Saran, thank you for making it happen. And like Karen talked about when they were on the Policy is Personal panel, know your resources. There's a page to sign up for an internship with Senator Hughes' office. So if you have a child, a grandchild, someone you're mentoring, fill out that application and get it in because the resources are there. So thank you all for being here. Thank you so much. You're welcome. And then our live announcer today, communication is important, took us through it, was my twin, Sonia Simmons. And she is an audiobook narrator. She's done over 100 books, so yeah. And my husband was the great host, so, But today he wasn't my husband because, I direct him, like, hey, come on, let's go. But anyway, but no. Thank you. I love you. We are both parental caregivers of a child with a diagnosed mental illness, and it is not easy, but our faith will not let us stop. And so we are here, we are happy, we are hopeful, and please connect with someone before you leave. Hug someone before you leave. You don't know what someone needs, or just hold their hand if you're not a hugger. But most of us are huggers. And to our SoundMinds leadership team, Kim, Monica, Rachel, we've planned this. And this is the first time we're saying this, but next year we're in Chicago. So we hope you all have a great evening, great afternoon. Take something away, pass it on to somebody else, and continue to be the best advocate that you can be.
All right, there you have it. It has been an amazing day here at the 5th Annual SoundMinds Mental Health and Awareness Conference. There's levels to this.
All the SoundMinds
right now,
team,
I have with me
can you come up to the front?
NAMI here in Philly to just give you a little bit of information to our virtual audience. Again, we want to make sure that you feel like you're a part of the room, so we want you to get a peek into the resources that are available to you.
My name is Shaman Scott, and I'm the Education and Training Manager for NAMI Philadelphia. And for those of you who don't know, NAMI is the largest grassroots organization addressing mental health. NAMI stands for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are a resource organization that totally supports mental illness. We talk about how from our CEO down to our newest volunteers all have experience with either mental health or a loved one who's experiencing it. So we have certification classes, we have free resources, we have support groups, and we have a warm line. And one of the things we want to express to everyone is that you are not alone.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here today with us. Again, NAMI is an organization that is not only here in Philly, but is in many, many states and cities throughout the United States. So please check, just Google NAMI or check on NAMI Philly, NAMI.org, and you can check to see if there's one near you. Now we're about to take you into the hall so that you can see everything else that we have available here for you. So we're going to go ahead and cut the camera so that you can see the other resources in the hall, and I will be dropping all links and information to everyone so that you can connect with those of us here today. Have a great one.